I know you do. That's so beautiful.
Here we go. Here we go.
It's my dude. And you just share it with me.
I love you.
How you doing?
You know what it is now.
It's like, okay.
Which hand? Mine? Oh, yeah. Hey.
There's some also. You still this room is people standing and there's probably more folks outside. This is there's also 5 or 6 formations. 4 patients. 4 or 5 years of service. So those people will crowd up front when they're president. And then they're all there. So by the time we get down to some business, they may not be able to stay.
Yeah, I tried to look at them coming in.
Each of those will have a good opportunity.
Where? Oh, there's that.
Right now, but it would be improved with the concept.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm City Council President Doug Shipman, calling to order this regularly scheduled meeting of the Atlanta City Council. It is Monday, December 2nd, 2024. I'd like to call on the clerk to call the opening roll, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of council. We have Council President Doug Shipman,
Present.
Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at Large, Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at Large,
Here.
Councilmember Keisha Sean Wades, Post 3 at Large. I'm sorry. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1.
Here.
Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3.
Here.
Councilmember Jason Dozer, District 4.
Present. I can't tell.
Councilmember Lillian Backyard, District 5. Councilmember Alex Wan, District 6.
Okay, I'm here.
Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Mary Norwood, District 8. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andre L. Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Kohler Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Present.
Mr. President, we do have a quorum of members present. Thank you, Mr. Bond.
Thank you. Next, we'll move to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes or updates to the agenda that was set out before? If not, then I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the agenda? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt the agenda? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
Eleven yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the agenda carries. Next, we'll move to the invocation. We do not have a guest today, so before we take a moment of silence, I would ask if there are any remembrances that my colleagues want to bring forward. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we would like to remember Ms. Helen Brown Hardin. Ms. Hardin was the visionary of Bankhead Seafood that opened in 1968. That vision has been broadened by the ownership of Clifford T.I. Harris and Michael Killer Mike Render. She passed over the weekend and is a member of the Peyton Chalet community. Today, we would like to honor her. She was a created individual, businesswoman, and visionary. Please remember Helen Brown Hardin, owner of Bankhead Seafood. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others? Well, for this one and those that remain unnamed, would you please join me in a moment? Thank you. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next, we will move to proclamations, commendations, and other special awards. First up, I would like to ask Councilmember Alex Wan to come forward, and all of those who are here to honor Charles H. Dillard, a.k.a. Mr. Charlie Brown, to join us up on the podium, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. As they are making their way up, I'm going to like to make a couple of comments before I present the proclamation. I have the distinct honor of presenting a proclamation in remembrance of, I think the words that have been used to describe this person have been, come on up. legendary icon. I mean, all the superlatives that one would use to describe someone who has been in the LGBTQ community for multiple decades, who unfortunately passed earlier this year. And I'm speaking of Charles H. Dillard, who our community knows more fondly as Mr. Charlie Brown. Now, my first encounter with Mr. Charlie Brown was, and I'm going to spill a little tea on myself here, back in my party days at Backstreet. Yeah, I know, everyone's like, oh, Backstreet. And it's really something because the Charlie Brown Cabaret was up on the top floor, and the shows didn't start until 11. So that tells you how late this council member was out during his heyday. But he had a really illustrious career as an entertainer and as a drag entertainer, not just in Atlanta, but also in the South. More importantly, though, he was an esteemed and prolific activist within the AIDS community, helping raise awareness, helping raise funds, and just being an advocate for those that were impacted by or living with HIV. His tenure at Backstreet, I did not realize this, was from 1990 to 2004, which is pretty remarkable considering, well, I would joke, considering how fickle the gay community can be. That actually is a testament of how powerful and how important his work there was. Now, I do remember the times that I would go. I was joking with his friends earlier today that if you've never been to a drag performance, I will warn you the first time you go that drag performers can sniff out fresh meat faster than anything, and they will pick on you, and they will, in a loving, kind of sarcastic and brilliant way. But so I would always try and hide in the back because I was just dazzled by kind of the creativity and the genius that is drag performance. And then the other thing that if you're a group of straight women, especially women on bachelorette parties, y'all are easy target as well. So my little pieces of advice before I read this. Want to acknowledge two things. Number one is that Mayor Dickens had the foresight to prevent Mr. Charlie Brown with the Phoenix Award in 2022. And then also, I just want to acknowledge his husband, Fred Wise, who was up here with us, and their longstanding relationship. So I'm not going to read the entire thing, partly because there are a couple of cuss words in here, very fitting for a proclamation for Mr. Charlie Brown, but I'll read some of it and then present it. So whereas Charles H. Dillard, better known as Mr. Charlie Brown, was born on December 29, 1949 in Westmoreland, Tennessee, into a loving missionary Baptist family, the youngest of 3 children to parents Charlie Ben Dillard and Velma Ann Sanders. Whereas as Mr. Charlie Brown, he traveled the nation, uniting the drag community and inspiring countless individuals with his talent, resilience, and authenticity, while mentoring younger drag queens and leaving an indelible mark on the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas in the face of the AIDS epidemic, Mr. Charlie Brown became a tireless advocate, raising funds, awareness, and hope for those affected by the disease. His efforts earned him widespread recognition, including being named a Grand Marshal in Baltimore's Gay Pride Parade and receiving the prestigious Aid Atlanta Founders Award. And whereas December 29, 2024 marks what would have been Mr. Charlie Brown's 75th birthday, a fitting occasion to honor his legacy, celebrate his contributions to Atlanta's culture, and acknowledge the power of his story to inspire future generations. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of Atlanta, do hereby declare December 29, 2024 as Mr. Charlie Brown Day in the city of Atlanta in recognition of Mr. Charlie Brown's extraordinary life, his artistic achievements, his advocacy, and his enduring legacy in the LGBTQ+ and drag communities. And it's signed by Council President Doug Shipman and all members of Council. So, before I invite his husband to speak, is there anyone from Council who would like to make any remarks? All right, Fred, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'll hold this.
This will be very brief. Thank you. This will be brief. My is very rough today. Just wanted to thank the mayor, the city council, the gay community of Atlanta, all the straight folks that enjoyed our work during the years. And God bless America. God bless Atlanta. God bless all of you. Have a great day.
Okay, with that, I'll invite my colleagues to take a photo.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite Councilmember Michael Julian Bond and all of those who are here in recognition of HelloFresh and Second Helpings to please join us up on the dais.
Now, we had 200 people outside. I know you all came in. So come on, everybody who's ever been associated with Second Helpings Atlanta or HelloFresh has volunteered. And I think we need to bring, we have some of the pastors over here on the side. We need to let them in through the side door because there wasn't enough room in here for everyone. You come stand right here, Vanessa. Okay. You got everybody? Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, you come on in. You stand up here next to me. You stand right here. You all come on up.
You can squeeze in back here.
No, you can come on up. Come on up.
Come on, Able Man.
You know, this place is like the church and the jail. There's always room for one more. Amen? Mm-hmm. Amen. Yeah, I think this is too small. I can't really see this. No, you can put them down here on the president's desk. You stand right there. You don't have to hold them. No, the president's desk right here, Cleve. You stand by them. Is that everybody? You need to come up here, Miss Nash. You need to come up front. Come on up, Kenny. Well, I want to say good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be here today to present a proclamation to two organizations that have left an indelible print on the city of Atlanta that have ministered to the people of this city for the last 4 years. And they have brought together a coalition of groups, churches, nonprofits, and volunteers that have thought it not robbery to wash the feet of others here in the city of Atlanta. Beginning in the pandemic, when we were at our lowest as a planet, when people were suffering in isolation, poverty was highlighted, the economy was terrible despite what the president-elect might say, things were bad across the globe. And food insecurity that had already been an issue was exacerbated. I was brought into this ministry with these groups through my former chief of staff, Vanessa Manley, who had made a contact with our good friends, the Omalamis, who run Hosea Helps, the nonprofit that feeds thousands every day around this city. And it's a fitting, as the mayor says, he makes, thank you, large print, thank you. As the mayor says, he draws circles. It was Elizabeth's father, when I was in the District 3 seat, Councilmember Amos, and that first reached out to me to help feed the hungry in that little district when I was 27 years old. So this is work that, unfortunately, has to go on, continues to go on, and around the city by helping people have a little extra on their plate to make their ends meet. Now, I've got a list of dignitaries that we've put together, and I'm going to try to read through it really, really quickly. And I apologize if we haven't gotten everyone. But I tell you, we're represented here today by Mr. Kenny Morris, who is our on-the-ground coordinator. I've mentioned Ms. Manley, who we plan every week where we're going to be and how we're going to be. We have, and I'm going to ask you to raise your hands, we have volunteers from the solicitor's office, Rains Carter, who was here. Y'all raise your hands. We have volunteers from the Atlanta Fire Rescue Department. Please raise your hands. We have volunteers from the Atlanta Corrections Department. Please raise your hands. We have volunteers from the Watershed Department. Are they here? That's okay. You don't have to be scared of your boss. You can raise your hand. And, of course, we had various other departments that helped out, principally the Department of Parks and Recreation and, of course, the Atlanta Police Department, plus the DeKalb County Sheriffs and the Fulton County Sheriff's Department. The Mayor's Office of Immigration was a constant partner with us every particular week. And, of course, we have Fulton County Commissioners Rob Pitts, Marvin Arrington, and Natalie Hall, who helped us out, in addition to many other state representatives, state senators, and other local elected officials. But let me get these dignitaries out of the way. So we have Bruce Jordan with the Green Shades nonprofit, Reverend Hightower and Reverend Bird from Antioch Urban Ministries. We have Elizabeth, I mentioned Elizabeth and Afimo. We have the Executive Director, Paul Clements from Second Helpings. Where are you, Paul? Okay, you stay right there. We have Corbana Nkomo, Program Partnership Director at Second Helpings. Where are you? Okay, you come up a little closer. We have Gloria Carter, also from Second Helpings, Bob Gallagher, Dan Sterling from Second Helpings, Don Rivers from In the Action, Linda Jordan from the Association of Securities National Board member. She's here. We've got folks from the Atlanta Fire Department, Chief Hampton. Where are you, Chief? Is Chief still up here? Okay. Well, Captain Isaac Robinson, Lieutenant Jackson, Lieutenant Green, of course, Claudia Nash, who we mentioned, Veronica Davies, Chandra Mahoney, and we have, I mentioned Kenneth Morris, who's our underground coordinator from Shaking the Nations Ministry and from the Department of Correction. Where's Chief Dansby from the Department of Correction? Come on up a little closer, Chief. And we have Deputy Chief Quiller and we have Officer Baldwin, Officer Lane, Officer Malcolm Williams, and Baker. And I know that I saw Reverend Greg Fan is here. And who else? You know, my eyes aren't good, so I don't want to miss it. We have Pastor Darrell Elligan. Who else? Stephen Muhammad from Vine City Civic Association. Who was that? And of course, Reverend Tim McDonald, who served the city. Come on up, Reverend McDonald. Can y'all let Reverend McDonald, a former city employee, ran the Constituent Services Office, right? Under the Jackson administration. And of course, where are the volunteers that come every week? I see you, Priscilla, Terry. There's Terry Smith. If you ever listen to SOS Band or Lakeside, Terry played the bass. Go on there and wave at him, Terry. Well, where's Rob Wilson? Rob Wilson, former WAOK host and financial advisor. And members of the Concerned Black Clergy, can the members of the Concerned Black Clergy wave their hands to be acknowledged? And Brother Sharik Muhammad.
10,000
And 10,000
Fearless.
Fearless. Black Women's Lab. Where are you? Okay, good. All right, so, and we have many more whom you're part of my heart and my eyes. I can't see you, I can't hear you. Oh, the Atlanta Community Food Bank. Let's give them a round of applause for also being here. And how this started, 4 years ago under the pandemic, Vanessa brought to my attention the partnership potential with HelloFresh and Second Helpings Atlanta. Second Helpings Atlanta does not get the credit they deserve here inside the city of Atlanta. They divert more than 3 million pounds of food annually out of landfills, out of the garbage can, and get them in the hands of people and families in the city of Atlanta. Let's give them a round of applause for that. And where's my man from HelloFresh USA?
Right behind you.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right here. So we've got our national officer from HelloFresh here who flew into Atlanta to be here today. And so unfortunately, as we have served over the 4-year period in this partnership, over 1 million, 1.3 million meals have been served inside of the city limits with this partnership. And so, who's the board chair?
Second helping Atlanta.
Dan Sterling? Oh, hello, Dan. This is the chairman of the board. How you doing, Dan? It's good to see you. And so let's give them a big round of applause because they do this work every day. That's right. And this is our lady from the Noonan warehouse. This is where they make the food for HelloFresh. And so we're glad to see you, though sad that unfortunately this is coming to a close because HelloFresh is leaving our market. And so, but with that, we thought it not robbery to stop and pause and thank you both for your contributions to the people of the city of Atlanta. Unfortunately, as Elizabeth can tell you, I thought after the pandemic that lines would get shorter, that the need would absolve itself, that it would correct itself, but that is not the case. We find that our lines are, if not just as long, if not longer, and the need is greater. And, it's not just people who you would consider to be economically challenged. There are all kinds of people who come up in the line, who walk up in the line, who drive up in the line, who come on behalf of others in the line. And so even though this particular program is coming to an end, the need, the mission continues. And so we wanted to pause today to recognize these two great organizations with proclamations to both of them. And I will read the proclamation in pertinent part in honor of the Meals with Meaning program in Atlanta. Whereas in response to the global COVID-19 pandemic and the escalating rates of food insecurity, HelloFresh launched the Meals with Meaning program in 2020 with the mission to make fresh food accessible to individuals and families facing food insecurity. Whereas in July 2021, HelloFresh partnered with local company Pratt Industries and Second Helpings Atlanta to expand their national Meals with Meaning program, And whereas Second Helpings Atlanta has played a pivotal role in rescuing surplus food from HelloFresh's Noonan Distribution Center and has the expertise and volunteer network to assemble and distribute the meal kits. And whereas the Meals with Meaning Atlanta program collaborates with the Atlanta City Council and the Mayor's Office of Immigration Affairs to identify communities and recipients for the meal distributions, ensuring equitable access to fresh, nutritious food. And whereas through the robust distribution network that includes community centers, churches, parks, and apartment complexes, Meals with Meanings provides households with 2 ready-to-prepare HelloFresh meal kits containing fresh vegetables, protein, pantry staples, and cooking instructions, along with a bag of fresh fruit. And whereas since its inception, the Meals with Meaning Atlanta program has provided over 1.3 million meals in Atlanta's most vulnerable communities, creating opportunities for families to connect over home-cooked meals. And whereas more than 5,000 dedicated volunteers have supported the program since 2021, packing and distributing meal kits to 37 organizations, significantly expanding the program's reach and impact. And whereas this collaboration could not have been possible without the generous contributions from the HelloFresh and Pratt Industries, whose weekly donations of food and packaging have sustained the critical hunger relief initiative. And whereas we recognize the contributions of support from the City of Atlanta departmental and volunteers, including the Department of Corrections, Planning, Watershed Management, Parks and Recreations, the Office of City Solicitor, Atlanta Department of Police, Atlanta Fire Rescue Department, Atlanta City Council, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated Alumni Chapter, the Concerned Black Clergy, Hosea Helps, Antioch Urban Ministries, Frontline Response, St. Peter Missionary Baptist Church, Fulton County Commission, DeKalb County Commission, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, the DeKalb County Sheriff's Office, and various other community and civic organizations. And now, therefore, we, the Mid-Atlantic Council, on behalf of the citizens of the City of Atlanta, hereby proclaim this day, December the 2nd, 2024, in commemoration of the Meals with Meaning program, on behalf of HelloFresh and Second Helpings Atlanta, in recognition of the program's extraordinary contributions and addressing the food insecurity and fostering community connections to service as a beacon for thousands in the city of Atlanta. In witness whereof I have set my hand and have caused the seal of the city of Atlanta to be hereunto affixed. Congratulations, Second Helpings and HelloFresh.
Yes.
The board chair. Paul, CEO. Okay. But like they say on late night television, but wait, there's more. We have a couple of other awards. Now, for our volunteers and other community partners, the CBC and Hosea Helps, we are going to do a volunteer appreciation dinner within the month of December to hand out our awards for all of those who have come along. But I wanted to make sure that we gave special recognition to a couple of people who, hold that one, a couple of recognition from my personal office, because this is a partnership with the City of Atlanta, and every single council district in the City of Atlanta has been touched by this program. And so one of the things we do in the Post 1 office is that we have what's called the highest award that our office can provide. It's called the Prometheus Award, based on the Greek myth of the Titan Prometheus, who sacrificed everything to bring the light of knowledge and wisdom to man at great cost to his personal self. And so we felt it appropriate that we present this Prometheus Award to both Second Helpings Atlanta and HelloFresh for outstanding public service. It presented on behalf of a grateful city for meritorious contributions to the people of the City of Atlanta, awarded this day, December the 2nd, 2024. I want to make sure we hand this off to Second Helpings and HelloFresh. All right, give them quick. But one of the things that goes on And Terry, get ready. One of the things that goes on is that you have to have a location. You have to have a place to go. And so even when we make reservations and plan our best, sometimes those locations fall through. But one place that was our cornerstone was the St. Peter Missionary Baptist Church. And so we want to thank Reverend Eric Thomas. Where's Reverend Thomas? Did he slip out? Is he here? Reverend Thomas.
He stepped out.
Well, when you give me your $5, you can get your award. But so we want to thank. Let's give St. Peter Missionary Baptist Church, because we did it there most often. And even at last notice, at the 11th hour, if we needed a location, Reverend Thomas would be there for us. And so we have one other thing to do when you're on the ground, and Mr. Morris will tell you that, you know, during World War II, there was President Roosevelt who supervised, but you had to have a patent on the ground to storm through Germany, to push, to make that push towards victory on the ground troops. And so every week we had a general on the ground that helped to facilitate everything that we did out there, whether it was, you know, amongst our regular citizen volunteers, because we do have citizen volunteers who were not a part of, you know, the city of Atlanta, but came on their own, like Mr. Smith, and we're going to honor them at our dinner. But we wanted to make sure that we called out somebody who has really done an exemplary job. And, you know, I see you about to bust and blush, Miss Nash. So let's give, Terry, where are you? Let's give Miss Nash a big round, because she was that person every week.
Blow the whistle, Miss Nash. Blow the whistle.
No, there you go. Now let's give her a big round of applause for everything that she's done. Now, we tried to partner at least every week with the council members. So let's get a quorum call. I know you're listening in the back. We'd like for you to come up and be a part of this picture, council members. So we'd like to ask you to return to the chamber, please. And so for those who are here, are there any comments for any council member that's here? Seeing none, we'll allow our guest to assume the mic. You know what? Thank you, Vanessa. But we do have, in recognition of the totality and the magnitude of what has transpired over this 4-year period, we do have a letter from Mayor Andre Dickens honoring both of these organizations today. And so we want to acknowledge and thank the mayor for his letter and his communication. Unfortunately, the font is probably size 11, so I will not read the letter. And so we want to make this presentation to you. All right, you all can fight about that. It's only one thing. But, you know, if Paul, my friend, you want to say something? From HelloFresh USA.
Good afternoon or good morning. I'm Carl Gentles. I'm the head of Government Affairs and Public Policy North America for HelloFresh. And I have to tell you, this is quite the honor. We're very touched and pleased to see this occurring. This partnership between the City of Atlanta, Second Helpings, and all of these amazing volunteers has just been incredible. And I'd like to just say a personal point of privilege and thank Councilmember Bond for his extraordinary vision and his drive and his ask, which, of course, when he calls and asks something, you always say, well, of course, sir. So here we are. We really do appreciate the opportunity. And look, I'm from the corporate office, but the person that was here instrumental on the ground, working with the city during this entire time is my colleague here, Anicia Henward, which I'd like to just come up and say a few words because she was really here and really helping, as Councilmember Bond said, at the warehouse in Noonan every single week, making sure this operation happened. And so, Anicia, could you come up?
Good afternoon. It is certainly an honor, a privilege, and a pleasure to be part of such a remarkable program. Speaking on behalf of HelloFresh, I would just like to say thank you. Mr. Bond. We appreciate you including us in this program, in this initiative, and giving us the opportunity to contribute in Metro Atlanta's success as it relates to eradicating food insecurity. So thank you again. We appreciate it. It's been our pleasure.
No, thank you.
Where's my flowers? No. Well, good afternoon. Thank you. This is certainly a privilege. Again, there's two words that come to mind for me when I think about this program. One is impact, the other is gratitude. We've seen the impact here today. It took an entire community to pull this off, from 5,000 volunteers to all the incredible people that you see here today. I want to call out Kwabena from our team back here, who is really our boots on the ground. We're coordinating with Vanessa and Councilman Bond's staff to make sure that this program was executed so flawlessly. And gratitude for all of our donors, HelloFresh, Pratt Industries, the City of Atlanta, for helping us to pull this off. And I'll leave you with this. I always say, it only takes one meal to change a person's life. And that change in that person's life can ripple and make the world a better place. And I think after 1.3 million meals, we've changed Atlanta for the better.
Now, I would be remiss if I did not allow the daughter of the former council member from District 5, the former state representative from East Atlanta, the former DeKalb County Commissioner who was elected from the DeKalb County Jail to the DeKalb County Commission, the daughter of the great Dr. Reverend Hosea Williams, Miss Elizabeth Omalami. She's joined here by her husband, a female from Hosea. Elizabeth.
Well, I have flowers for second helpings.
All right.
And flowers to for you to take back where you're going at HelloFresh. I want to tell you that when we served during the pandemic, and Hosea helps serve 51,000 people a year with food, we couldn't have done it without HelloFresh. You don't understand how hard it is to get bulk food into our warehouse. HelloFresh was the reason that every Wednesday, over 200 families got turkeys, they got chicken, and they got HelloFresh boxes that lasted that family several weeks. Mr. Bond is a visionary, and I'm so thankful that we are on his long list. But I want to tell you, you can't preach the gospel to a hungry person. You can't tell a hungry person they need to go get a job. You need to be, you're lazy. All those are misnomers. In this city, we are doing our best, along with so many other organizations, to come to a zero hunger position. But we can't do it without the city. And so that partnership with Councilman Bond and his twin, Vanessa Manley, has meant children are eating. Seniors are eating. We delivered food to 5 senior high-rises on Thanksgiving. Thank you, Second Helpings, on behalf of Hosea Helps and his staff and board of directors for keeping this organization going for more than a year. And we want to say thank you to the pastor that used his church as ground zero, and to all of you who know that a hungry belly is painful. We can do something about it. Thank you.
All right. Now, being mindful of the time, there are other awardees. A tremendous award will be presented after this for what is probably one of the greatest humble public servants that Atlanta has seen in more than a generation. We're going to conclude here, but I do want to acknowledge and just let you in on how the process worked very quickly. Alicia and the folks from the warehouse would bring the food up to Second Helpings. Second Helpings would then subdivide the food right? And they had hundreds of volunteers who worked at Second Helpings warehouse that subdivided the food, and then they put it on a truck, and they would bring it to some of the other food pantries and organizations that are, some are represented up here, but there are many more who are not here. And then there are also, when we got it on site, we would distribute it again to the public, with no prerequisite. We took people as they came, and as they said that we tried to meet their need as they came up. And I tell you, it has been really one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. I've worked in the nonprofit volunteer. I've volunteered a lot of different organizations, but this has really been meaningful, and we've really got a real bond with the folks who came and volunteered every week. And we will continue to find a way to distribute food to the public. We're working on that right now. We have 3 more HelloFreshes that will take place in the month of December. One on Wednesday that has yet to be announced, but I would suspect it would be back in St. Peter because we don't have a location pick. But we're going to close at Hosea Helps on December the 18th. So please keep that in mind. We're going to really try to blow it out on December the 18th. And so with that, we want to say a very, very public thank you again to HelloFresh and Second Helpings and to Pratt, because they funded the beginning. They gave $500,000. Pratt Industries, a corrugated box company, seemingly completely unrelated to what we might do, but we want to make sure that we acknowledge what they've done. And so with that, we would like everybody, I guess, to remain in place. I'm going to ask those who are height challenged to come to the front of the curve, and we want to get the HelloFresh and Second Helpings team to move up. So that we can do what Jim Maddox used to always say the council does best, and that is take a picture. All right, so let's gather up.
Oh, you're trying to squeeze in here. Let me try it. That's just mine. Oh, my. Some wonderful people. Ah, okay.
Why, young Ronald.
Oh, yeah. Who can forget that?
Exactly.
Who can forget it, right?
Yep.
And for those who are here for other events, there's plenty of food in the atrium. There's food down on the lower level. There's eggnog and pound cake. And I think, what's that place? This is it, down on the first level. So we got up early this morning, cooked all this food.
What did they take? Huh? What did they take?
Ready?
You just stay up here. You just stay up here. Jesus Christ. That ain't even funny.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to ask Councilmember Boone, Councilmember Overstreet to come forward, and all of those who are here for the recognition of the Honorable Vincent D. Fort, former Georgia State Senate District 39, to join us here on the dais.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Actually, we've got one slight adjustment. Sorry, my apologies. If we could actually start with our proclamation for the service of Camille Russell Love first. We just need to accommodate everybody's schedule here.
I think I'm going to do 11 or 15.
So I'd like to ask Councilmember Overstreet to come forward, and all of those for the legacy of Camille Russell Love and the recognition of the Office of Cultural Affairs to come forward.
Hey, I'm looking for you. Daryl Keep Killing in the house.
Sherry. This is how I get to see my sister at work. Hey, girl, hey. Don't put that in my desk or something. And if you're here for the 50th anniversary of the Office of Cultural Affairs, you can come up as well. It's probably all the same. Hey, Craig.
You ain't changed a bit.
I see you at work. Thank you. Y'all come to the...
Out of the way.
That made no sense whatsoever. So you said we could download the thing from this channel?
Yeah, there is a way to do that. Just remember,
Matter of fact, let me take a picture of it. 'Cause I forget it.
You see Corey?
Okay, I got it, because I sure enough forget it.
Okay. Come on through. Hey, thank you. Thank you.
oh man, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah. I don't know why they would break the program and do that. So they went to go do that right now?
Yeah, so Ford will be next.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Who's that guy of the box?
Okay, let's get this started. Can I turn this up? Can the microphone be turned up?
We were doing an encampment in front of
Can you hear this?
the field, trying to get a community benefits agreement.
Should we turn this up a little bit or no?
Volunteered for the Fort campaign. We were trying to get him elected mayor, and you know, he's just been a young man coming up ever since. He's good guy. Say he's a good kid, but he's a grown-ass man.
I can tell it's December. We're excited. And we're just celebrating. The excitement is in the room. And we are here for something absolutely amazing. So this party could go on all day with all these selfies and everything because we have Camille Love in the house. So, and the office of, yes, that's a clap. And I'm kind of, I consider myself your age, but I know better. And I also consider myself her son's age, which is very weird, I know. So I'm kind of in the middle of them, but I've always thought that she was just the best part of all of us, honestly. So I'm gonna try to stay, to the script. But this is so personal for me. When I look around, I see all of my friends, include my sister. She's here. But this is how I got to know Camille Love. It has nothing to do with the city of Atlanta. It has everything to do with quality of life and her as a mother and just the love that she shares between all of us, our friends and our family, and just the greatness that she's possessed throughout the city on every level. Like even when I first decided that I was in love with art, here she is. And I had no idea that she had this role with the city when I fell in love with art, when I knew that the Atlanta Jazz Festival was all of that, and it was the largest free art festival in all of the nation. And when I fell in love with the National Black Arts Festival, when I chaired it, I had no idea of all of the work that she had done in the city. I literally had to be on council before I realized, who I knew. So I've gotten to love her through her son, Craig Love, and so here we are. And I am going to make sure that everyone that would like to speak is going to speak. And I don't even have a list. Like, unfortunately, when you're dealing with family, you don't follow the protocol that you normally would. So if I can get a little guidance with that, do you know? Okay. So So guess what?
That's right.
Okay, so why don't the speakers come forward? Do we have anyone, I know we've celebrated you out in the community, but do we have anyone on council that would like to say a word or two? Okay, we'll start with President Shipman. Yes.
Thank you. Well, I think that it is fair to say that being around politicians all day is hard, but being around artists all day may be harder than being around politicians. And anyone who sits in between those two individuals and communities for multiple years is truly special. You can walk around this city, and every major cultural institution that has been built in the last 25 plus years has Camille's fingerprints on it. Every artist who has come through this city has Camille's support behind them. We have all been touched by your incredible work. And I just want to say on behalf of all of those communities, thank you for having the patience of Job to be able to continue to do this work. And thank you for having the vision of what Atlanta could be before Atlanta actually reached that destination. You will be missed, but your legacy will remain strong. Thank you for all you've done.
Good afternoon. Well, I'd just like to say that I have known Camille for now 20 plus years, just as the city has known her in this capacity for 25 plus years. And during that 20-year period that I've known her, I've been her plus one at most of the cultural events that she has attended. But I can surely say without hesitation that the city of Atlanta has been her plus one for 25 plus years. And I can say that unequivocally because from what I know about her is that she has never been off the clock. I mean, she's home, she's on the clock. She's on the clock until 9, 10 o'clock at night, dedicated to this city. I'm so proud of her, all the work she's done, and I'm sure that the city of Atlanta will live in her heart for the rest of her life. Thank you.
We're going to also hear from Crystal and Craig. Oldest first. These are her babies.
Okay, hello, my name is Craig. I'm not one for speeches, but I guess what I will say is that
I know.
so proud. I guess we came here in 72? 74.
We came to Atlanta.
Lived in Castilian Heights, across from the Motel 6, in the Waffle House.
I know all about Castilian Heights.
Moved to Club Candlewood. Went to Brookview Elementary
There
School
you go.
with you.
Speak.
And now we're here. And we just want to thank Atlanta for being great, making us great.
Absolutely.
I don't know what else to say. I just,
Love.
you know.
That's beautiful.
Oh, yeah. Hello, I'm Craig's sister. He is a man of not a lot of words. So what he was trying to say was that when he was 4 years old, him and my mom moved to Atlanta from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. My mom knew absolutely no one here. It was just her and a 4-year-old, and she was a single mom. And they moved around a couple places, and eventually she worked for a couple different places, worked for IBM, started as an entrepreneur, opened her own art gallery, eventually came to the city, and she's been with the city for 26 and a half years. So a single mom on her own, and it has been amazing to watch what she has done. I like to say that I am her favorite child, but we all know that Craig is. Just the way she rubbed his back. Do you see her rubbing my back? No. But my mom for 26 and a half years has given herself to the city. And I personally, as her second favorite child and her only daughter, will be grateful to have her back. So thank you so much.
Sue Ross.
This is a very bittersweet moment because, as many of you all know, I've been at the city for most of my adult life, and Camille has been a part of that for the past 26 years. She's the longest-serving Director of Cultural Affairs in the city. She has made an indelible impact on the arts in Atlanta. She has not favored one art form over the other. She has shepherded the Atlanta Jazz Festival to new heights. She has worked with theater companies, dance companies, visual artists, the public art program, the city galleries. There are music, all kinds of music. We used to have the Montreux Music Festival, which celebrated a lot of different art forms. But we, in any event, she has impacted everything from big band to hip hop to everything in between. The public mural programs, they're just everywhere you see art in Atlanta, you can see Camille's handprint. And I just want to say, quote a little bit of Maya Angelou, because Camille is a phenomenal woman. It's in the click of my heels, the bend of my hair, the palm of my hand, the need for my care, because I'm a woman, phenomenal woman. That's me. That's Camille.
And with that, I'm going to read this proclamation, and then I want to hear from you. And then we're going to move on to the 50th anniversary of the Office of Cultural Affairs, which I think everyone is up here for that as well. Are you kidding? It says, honoring, let me get the font that I can actually read. Because again, we're about the same age. Whereas since 1998, Camille Love has faithfully served as the Executive Director of the City of Atlanta Mayor's Office of Cultural Affairs, also OCA, that's what we call it, dedicated over 2 decades of fostering and advancing the cultural and artistic vision of the City of Atlanta. And whereas under her leadership, the OCA has cultivated and guided numerous cornerstone programs, including Chastain Arts Center and Gallery, the city's public art program, Gallery 72, Elevate, the Cultural Experience Project, municipal support for the arts, and the Atlanta Jazz Festival, which has become one of the nation's premier free jazz festivals. And whereas throughout her tenure, Camille Love has earned widespread recognition for her profound contributions, including the Inspired Cultural Excellence Award, the Community Impact Award, the Ford Freedom Unsung Award, the Cultural Warrior Award, among many others. And whereas she has served with distinction on the boards and numerous organizations, including Metropolitan Atlanta Arts Fund, Apex Museum, Piedmont Park Conservancy, the National Black Arts Festival, and as a member of the Coca-Cola Scholars Foundation National Selection Committee and the 1996 Cultural Olympiad Committee. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the citizens and residents of Atlanta, do hereby recognize, honor, and commend Camille Love for her extraordinary contributions to the City of Atlanta, congratulate her on her well-earned retirement, and express our heartfelt gratitude for her enduring legacy and cultural experience. I actually think this is a good time for us to see the video while our mayor walks up. I think this is a good time for us to actually see the video. Right before you. Mayor, and then you. Okay. Can we cue the video?
You know, when you put art out in the public domain, it becomes something that everyone has access to. It's evident in the offerings that a city has available for people to enjoy: the architecture, theater, ballet, music festivals. That all creates an atmosphere in a city that really supplies its soul. In my journey through life, I have always sought out culture as a way to understand other cultures. I try to just be a catalyst for creativity. I want to make sure that Atlanta stays interesting. Not long after I moved to Atlanta, the Noguchi was dedicated. And it was just a perfect place for Atlantans to take their children and enjoy. Isamu Noguchi was commissioned to do this by the High Museum of Art, and it was made a gift to the city, and it is an iconic piece of art in Atlanta's most favorite place. But over the years, it was neglected, and it really saddened me to see the deterioration. And it really inspired me to do something about it. And so when I had the unique opportunity to become the person whose job it was to manage the cultural resources in Atlanta, the Noguchi was first on my plate of things that I wanted to save. I'm proud of that. My Atlanta is a symphony.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Maestro. The mayor of Atlanta, Andre Dickens.
Well, I had to stop by. Oh, come on. There we go. I had to stop by here today to honor Camille Love. Now, we've honored her previously this month, or earlier last month, but I wanted to make sure I came here because doing it right here in council chambers with Councilmember Overstreet and all the members of the city council is special. Camille Love has been an institution in this city, somebody who has raised and uplifted the arts and culture of this whole city, indeed, and of the region, by just by her will to make sure that we all stay thoughtful and artful. And she has brought a team along, a whole dynamic team of the Office of Cultural Affairs. And there's some alum of those offices in here today and many people that have helped her be able to do this magnificent work. You have done a phenomenal job from everything to Elevate, to the Atlanta Jazz Festival, the largest, longest running free jazz festival in the nation has been oversaw by this woman and her team. And so many other things, the arts education program with Atlanta Public Schools, where the young folks get a chance to experience and learn art, to art school that we have during the summer, where we train kids and pay them on how to be future artists, to develop their talents. And then all the grants that we give, the grants program that go out to the artists and arts organizations, all under this leadership. It has really grown our city in a meaningful way. And without Camille Love, where would we be? So I had to come by here to honor you and to see your wonderful children and all of the folks that support you and your team. Thank you, Camille. Thank you for sticking around for my administration. We've been at it for 3 years, and I've learned so much. And while she's retiring, I want her to be around in an emeritus status. So she's going to be able to nurture the next leader of this Office of Cultural Affairs to be able to get them up to speed, to take it to the next level. So she'll be around on some special projects and making sure that we get this thing right and pave the way for the future. So thank you. Love you. Love you, Camille Love. Camille Russell Love, guys. Thank you.
Camille Russell Love.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Dickens. Thank you, Councilmember Overstreet. This is a bittersweet moment for me. I'm here with my team, my friends, my family. We're all getting used to the inevitable, that, you know, I won't see their smiling faces every day. Emily, don't look like that. It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult because I really do love this city. I come from a generation where my mother and father really taught me discipline and commitment. My mother would always say, there's only one way to do something, and that's the right way. And my dad would say, let the work I've done speak for me. You know, so I came to the city with that spirit, with that commitment. I think I have instilled that in my team. They are phenomenal. They take on every challenge that is put before us with the spirit of completion and excellence, and I really appreciate that. So I'm here, you know, getting the accolades, but they deserve these accolades as well, because somebody's going to inherit the best team in the city. So I want to congratulate them. And that's all I have to say. I'm the kind of person that when I go out of town, I want to come back and sit on the side of the plane where I can see Atlanta at the distance, because it gives me goosebumps. You know, it's just been my favorite place for 50 years, and it will remain my favorite place until I expire.
Can you speak a little bit about the 50th anniversary?
Okay. Yeah. We'll keep that between us. But I do need to acknowledge that my beautiful daughter who spoke and my oldest son is here. I have another son, but he's not here. Maybe he's out there somewhere. I have beautiful grandchildren. I have a partner who has been my plus one for over 20 years, and he deserves an award as well. And his family is here as well. Some of his family is here as well. And Cherry, Councilmember Overstreet's sister, is like a daughter to me. I have one of my very best friends from my career at IBM, Valerie, who continues to work with me whenever I call her. We developed a relationship, oh my God, I don't know how many years ago, but she's still very helpful to me. And I have members here of the Atlanta Jazz Society, Robin and Frank Sims. And Daryl, he's one of my children too. So Councilmember Overstreet has asked me to share something with you about the 50th anniversary of the Office of Cultural Affairs. When Maynard Jackson became mayor, he understood that it was very important for a city to have a cultural arm in order for it to grow and prosper. And he established the Office of Cultural Affairs, Office of Cultural and International Affairs, 50 years ago. You want me to read this?
Oh,
No, you could read it.
don't mind.
I can't see. I'm old.
Oh, okay. I don't mind reading.
Yeah. So again, as we're standing here, this is the team that has guided this office for the last, some of them, oh, Monica, where's Monica?
Right behind you.
Right behind me. This is my deputy. I need to bring her up and say that without her, and where's Morgan? Morgan's over there. Without these two, I could not operate the office. You know, I mean, Monica makes sure that I cross my T's and dot my I's, and Morgan makes sure that I stay on schedule, which is usually very extensive. But without the two of them, I really couldn't make it. Would you like to? Okay, here's Morgan.
Okay, and with that, we're going to read the proclamation for the recognition of the 50th anniversary of the Office of Cultural Affairs. It says in 1974, the City of Atlanta established the Office of Cultural Affairs, OCA, to encourage and support the city's cultural resources, fostering a vibrant arts community that enhances the social fabric and quality of life for its citizens and visitors. Whereas in 1990, the Mayor Maynard Jackson, envisioning Atlanta as a premier city of the arts, convened over 500 leaders from the art community at the Arts Summit. The summit led to the creation of the Atlanta Blueprint of the Arts, which became a transformative guide for the city's cultural development and collaboration with established and emerging arts organizations. Whereas this vision, coupled with the strategy, uses resources and creative ingenuity, has enabled Atlanta to emerge as a regional cultural center, renowned for its vibrant arts and innovative cultural programs. Whereas under continued leadership of the Office of Cultural Affairs, including the steadfast support of the Mayor Andre Dickens, Atlanta has become an international model for cultural excellence, inspiring creativity and collaboration while enhancing the city's reputation as a cultural destination. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, on behalf of the residents of the City of Atlanta, do hereby recognize and celebrate the 50th anniversary of the City of Atlanta's Office of Cultural Affairs, commend its invaluable contributions to the cultural vitality of the city, and express our deep appreciation for its dedication to enriching the lives of the Atlanta citizens and residents. That means it's time for us to take a picture. Thank you all so much. We're going to go forward. Thank you, Mayor.
That's what I wanted to do. He always asks me this. I think she get ready to go now.
everyone, I forgot to tell you, we have dessert for you. If you go into the reception area for the council chambers, you know, that area over there, the reception for a dessert table is there for you. Thank you. Enjoy.
Thank you. Finally, today, I would like to invite Councilmember Boone and Councilmember Overstreet and all of those who are here for the recognition of the Honorable Vincent D. Fort to join us up on the dais.
Will everyone please move swiftly to honor the Honorable Vincent D. Fort? Please come forward to honor the Honorable Vincent D. Fort, the moment we've all been waiting on. What a great man in the city of Atlanta, Georgia, Vincent D. Fort. Members and friends that are here to honor Vincent D. Fort, please come forward.
What's up, Charlie?
They got the goods. He's out here.
Please move swiftly. We are here to honor Vincent D. Fort. Come on up, everybody. Right, turn around. Will you all please come on up over to this side?
It went over. Yeah. Hey, found this week, man. Thank you, bro. Yeah.
We got everybody in town today. Everybody's at City Hall.
Yeah. I see they got a bunch of Christmas up there. Yeah.
Got it?
You know what?
Shh. Shh. Shh.
What?
We have some visitors that are trying to come up on this side, on the left side. What a great day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia. We have Reverend Eric Thomas here as well. Good afternoon, Atlanta. Good afternoon. What a great day to honor a warrior for the people of Atlanta, Vincent D. Fort. Today we are here to honor the people's champ. We have Rashad Taylor that flew in this morning, the head of the transition team of the Delaware governor. Where's Rashad Taylor? The Right Reverend Gerald D. Durley, Senator Nan Auroch, Bobby Kahn, Mawali Esquire, Davis, Michael H. Ross, Sandra Williams, and AFL-CIO, the Honorable Derek Bozeman, AFSCME, Susan J. Ross, the Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Bishop Greg Fan, Pastor Darrell Elligan, Pastor Timothy McDonald, Marshall Taggart from CAU is here, Pam Smith, Hutman, Jeff DeSantis, Georgianne Sinkfield, one of the longest serving state representatives in the history of Georgia, former council member Aaron Watson, Elizabeth and Ofemi Omalami. At this time, and we have so many more that are here, thank you all for being here to honor this warrior. At this time, we will see a short video. We also have the 61st mayor of the city of Atlanta, Andre Dickens.
What they did to Miss Carson, we would not allow them to do with a pistol. They did it with a pen and paper. Oh, yeah. What we're here today to do, first and foremost, is to tell Wachovia, stop the foreclosures, stop the eviction.
Senator Vincent Fort's straight-shooting, no-holds-barred approach to justice has earned him the ear of the powerful and the hearts of the masses. This political science professor, community activist, and mentor represented Georgia's 39th district from 1996 to 2017. This father of three holds a Bachelor of Arts in American History from Central Connecticut State College and his master's from Atlanta University. He engaged every issue from hate crimes and prostitution to protecting public education and health care. His passion for people informing his every move. Former Atlanta City Council member Derek Bozeman says he and Senator Fort became best friends as they fought together on behalf of the community.
If you want to understand who Vincent Fort is, the man has saved more houses of senior citizens and people who got in bad deals, bad loans, predatory loans, by the dozens.
We're going to turn up the heat, but shame on Wachovia. Shame on. Shame on.
As I always tell people, if you see Vincent Fort fighting with a bear, pray for the bear because Fort going to be okay.
Just to think that these seniors, almost always seniors, black and white, mostly old, but some young folk, about to lose what's supposed to be a part of their American dream, that it alternately saddened me and, I'll be honest with you, infuriated me.
That fury turned into legislative action as Fort became the first author of the Georgia Fair Lending Act, which sought to protect consumers from predatory lending practices which disproportionately affected minorities and seniors. Former Governor Roy Barnes signed that bill into law in 2002.
If you were not trying to do right by our people, you became the bane of his existence. And so it has been his willing to be a bull in a china shop that has endeared him to the people. As Atlanta, we're a better city because Vincent Fort came this way.
Reverend Angela Brown has known Senator Fort for over 3 decades. She, like many others, benefited from his battle against these lenders following the purchase of her home in the West End.
The mortgage company called the entire amount due. I didn't have, and at the time, I mean, now it sounds like a small amount of $43,000, and I didn't have it.
Senator Fort stepped in to help.
What they did is disrespect not just the people here, but all the people that they've ripped off.
Not only did he save my house, and at the time it was $43,000. That same house today is valued at $650,000. Talk about the legacy. I am the result of what he has done in giving his life for these kinds of issues. Whatever accolades we can give to this brother, he needs them flowers now so that he can smell the flowers that we give, because he is worthy of every last one.
We will begin to close the donut hole for Medicare prescription coverage. You tell the seniors in your district that that's socialism, and they'll tell you, no, it ain't socialism, it's the right thing to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a very long program. We will take some speakers here, and then we will resume this program in the Atlanta City Council atrium. Please bear with us. This is a great day in the city of Atlanta. Our first speaker, Mr. Bobby Kahn.
Well, thank you. Sorry, I was at the end of the line. That's where Fort puts me. I appreciate this. That was a great video. I first met Senator Fort at a breakfast at the governor's mansion in 1999, where we got some legislators together with Governor Barnes to talk about some education issues. And I thought it was going to be just a routine program, and he got up and started giving the new governor, all kinds of grief. And I was naive back then, and I went up to him afterwards and I said, "Hey, man," and he puts his arm around me and laughs and says, "How you doing?" And I said, "What the hell was that?" He said, "I'll come by to see you." And he did, and we've been friends ever since. And that's when Vincent worked on hate crimes. And the biggest thing that I worked on him with was the predatory lending legislation, which, if that hadn't been reversed by Governor Barnes' successor, a lot more people would have their houses today. So that is, I can't top what the Reverend said about that $650,000 house, but that was a big deal. And it was just one of many things he's done. And I'm proud of you, and I'm proud to be your friend. And I guess it was okay what you did back in 1999.
Senator Nan Orrock. We also have been joined by Charlie Fleming of Georgia AFL-CIO, Kendra Sue Derby, and so many other friends that are here to honor Vincent Fort. Senator Nan Orrock at this time. Followed by Mawali Davis, Esquire, and Michael H. Ross.
Good afternoon, fellow elected officials. We gathered here with masses of people. The people have been waiting for this opportunity to stand and lift up the name of Senator Vincent Fort, for all to know what he has done in his life. I guess we met when Vincent Fort was an activist professor over there working on straightening up some things that were going wrong on the campus. And it was unusual to see a professor walk out and be a part of the activism at the place where he gets his paycheck. That was Vincent Fort. And I went, well, dog, looky here now. So when, and then we worked on landfills. He was a counselor, he was staffing a city council person and was night and day on the landfill legislation to stop this proliferation of stinking landfills in Black and low-income communities. And that was a battle to the end because we got the bill passed. David Scott worked it. Senator Fort worked it from the outside. He wasn't in the legislature then. And when Zell Miller was preparing to veto the bill, we made another big push, made another big run, and his chief of staff told me, he said, I never saw Zell Miller back down on what he was going to veto something, but he backed down then. Vincent, praise the Lord, came and joined us as a senator and moved mountains, never backed down. You could hear the chamber when he would get in the well. Come on. When he would get in the well, they were shaking in their boots because they knew he was going to tell it and tell it all. He was going to speak truth to power. He wasn't going to bite his tongue. He wasn't going to hold back. He was going to be there standing up for the people. And that is who he is, what he has done. And honey, you've heard about the Linden Act. He battled the predatory lenders like nobody's business. And it got to where if they heard Vincent Fort was, if he could make a phone call to a bank, it got to, oh yeah, yes sir, we're gonna get that one worked out. We're gonna work that one out with that, because, and he not only spoke truth to power, but then he used the power he had as a senator and teamed up with Roy Barnes, governor, and they passed, God is my witness, when that bill in the back room, the governor was talking to the lawyers and talking to Vincent and said, well, y'all tell me now, what do you think about this bill? Is this the one we need? They said, Governor, when you sign this bill, you will have signed into law the strongest Fair Lending Act in the nation. And Senator Fort was there on that issue from day one, not just over at the Senate, looking pretty, out in the streets raising hell. And his life has been dedicated to the betterment of everybody who needs somebody to stand up for them. I treasure all the battles that we have been in together. I begged him, don't leave the Senate, honey. He's part of the Brain Trust. But he went on and continued to make history and make a difference. That's who he is, a friend to all, fearless, unrelenting, working night and day, no stops, no stopping, no holding back. Vincent Fort is a model for all of us to emulate. And let's get busy electing some more people like Vincent Fort who'll stand up and hold up what he's done and move it forward. We love you, Vincent. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Vincent Fort, he's the one to get the job done.
Vincent Fort, he's the one to get the job done. Vincent Fort, he's the one to get the job done.
Yeah.
The 61st Mayor of the City of Atlanta, Mayor Andre Dickens.
Unbought and unbossed.
Hello.
And unafraid. Vincent Fort, a man of the people. Love you, brother. Man, it's always good to see you, and we talk weekly, if not weekly, bi-weekly. Thank you, council members, for honoring my friend. A tremendous debt of gratitude is owed by everybody in Atlanta to the Honorable Senator Vincent Fort. Amen. Just a representation of all the people that are standing here today. Most of us are woven together by Senator Vincent Fort.
Come on, bring it. That's right.
Most of us share in common his ability to straighten you up without breaking you down all the way. Vincent Fort has the knack and tact of, he got a sharp sword that'll cut you, and you be like, I think I just got cut. And then he mends you back up and sends you back out there for service. As a good reverend would, in my mind, this is a preacher. And his sermon is in his actions, in his heart, in his declarations and his proclamations, in his defense of others. He loves Atlanta so much that he will protect Atlanta. Always has and always will. Everybody standing here ain't on the same side of all issues. There's a whole lot of opinion standing up here right now. As so, a person like Vincent Fort is the one that can bring value in tense situations, in complex matters, and he is a man of the people. He's got the heart of a lion. He stood in some rooms and said some things, and I know everybody walked out of there sweating. You could just see it on their faces and on their bodies. I've been in them rooms, and I've been one sweating too. Vincent Ford has been with me on all 3 of my elections, and I'm thankful to have you in my corner, brother. I'm thankful that you work right now for the city of Atlanta. Vincent works in the Office of Constituent Services right now, helping people, helping seniors, with Greg Clay and them. And Demetrius and the team, Angela and all of them, serving the people of Atlanta. He has worked for Atlanta in working for Atlanta. He works for the city, but works for the people of Atlanta. So Vincent, thank you so much, brother, for all that you've done. Love you so much. You're a powerful man, powerful. Your words just resonate so well with so many of us that sit at your feet, right, DB, right? Eldridge, all of us, we just soak it up all the time. And so I thought it not robbery to make my words on paper, to make sure I honor you. I won't read them all, but you'll have this for your family archives. This will let you know just how much we care for you here in the city of Atlanta. And one of the last things I'll say is you love people you love the labor movement. We got a lot of labor representatives in here.
Oh, you know it.
A full day's pay for a hard day's work. You down for the people. You've always been for the working person and for the communities. And, brother, we stand with you on all issues that uplift the people of this city and stand on principled ground. So I appreciate you, and thank you, City Council, for honoring my friend today, Senator Vincent Ford. Love you, brother. I'm gonna leave this up here. I gotta run the.
I think y'all should take a picture with
Okay, I'm gonna do that then. Marcy know what I'm supposed to be doing.
I want that.
Can you got it. And come on, Councilman.
I'm good.
You good? Gotta run, do some stuff. Go to work, go to work.
Mawali Davis, Esquire.
Power to the people. Power to the people. Power to the people. Wouldn't be right for us to honor Vincent Ford and not yell power to the people. There's no other elected official that I've ever met who has been as centered on the people, on the needs of the people, on the unhoused, the uninsured, the working class, the workers, the seniors, all of us. That's Senator Vincent Ford. And so his name should be mentioned with Hosea Williams, with Adam Clayton Powell, with Shirley Chisholm, with Bishop Henry McNeil Turner. From this day forward, we should lift up his name in that same vein as an absolute revolutionary elected official. He was that. And he knew how to get arrested.
Yes, he did.
Between Senator Ford, Derek Bozeman, and Michael Langford, one of them would give us a call and say, we getting ready to go down here and give them some do-good medicine. So that was our code. For they would get ready to go get arrested. And oftentimes, our clients, those who we represent, we teach them about their rights and what they're getting ready to go through and how we're going to represent them. But not with Vincent Ford. He had done this so many times. He had all of us on speed dial, me, Brian Spears, so many other lawyers, and he would teach us about what it is to be fully committed to the people, to sell out for the people, in their interest, for their cause. And so it has been one of our greatest honors as a law firm to have been able to represent our brother in struggle. And so we call on more elected officials to follow his model, to listen to the people, to be a rebel in a space that we don't often get to hear the voices of those struggling masses that are yearning to be free, yearning for self-determination, yearning to be able to just have a hot meal and a roof over their heads. And so for Senator Vincent Fort, that was his sacred contract. While I believe he came to this earth in this moment at this time to remind us of who we're supposed to be for each other. I thank you for walking, brother, for us to be able to walk together. And I would be remiss if we did not lift him up one more time. Long live the spirit of Vincent Fort. Long live the spirit of Vincent Fort. Long live the spirit of Vincent Fort. Ashe.
Michael H. Ross.
Mr. Ross. He said he wants the president of this.
I'm not like Mally. I can't go just off the cuff like that. But I want to call out some more names that, in addition to who Mally talked about. Jose Williams, he talked about him. Arthur Langford. Julian Bond. John Lewis. Andrew Young. Carolyn Long Banks. Tyrone Brooks. Marvin Arrington. Lottie Watkins, and the great Abel Mabel Thomas sitting right here. Now, I first met Vincent back in 1982 when he was going around the state with my father. They were doing an oral history project, and they were going around and just, they were interviewing a lot of older black Georgia citizens. And so I've known him a long, long time, Reverend. And I just want to say that no other politician that I know of has the integrity, the passion, and the conviction of Vincent Fort.
All right, all right.
He is a defender of people of color. He's a defender of poor people.
Yes.
He's a defender of the neglected, disrespected, and afflicted people that live in this city. He's always been on the front line. He's always been fighting for what was just and what was right. And so, brother, we just want to say that we love you. And as a black businessman, I want to say he's been on the forefront of that, too.
Right.
Over at the state, he's been a defender of minority business, and in a lot of ways, that's the straw that stirs the drink in Atlanta, Georgia. So I just want to commend you, brother. I want to tell you that we love you, and we're just glad that you're getting your flowers right now. Thank you very much.
All right.
Charlie Fleming, Georgia AFL-CIO. Charlie Fleming.
Come on, Charlie. Come on, Charlie. Labor in the house. Labor in the house. Come on, Charlie.
Thank you, Councilwoman. My name's Charlie Fleming. I'm the President Emeritus of the Georgia AFL-CIO, and I just want to, I'm going to be real short, but because I know many of our leaders are here, not only individual leaders, but the head of the Labor Council is here with us, Sandra Williams and Eric Richardson from the Labor Council, and so many of the local leaders. But I've been in the labor movement for 45 years, and I've known Vincent for over 25. And I know this, that in all those years, I never knew a person that was more dedicated to workers and to the poor and to what was right than Vincent Fort. Vincent Fort never, ever turned us down whenever we asked him for help. And any time that we would have rallies and be in the street, even if we didn't even reach out to him, he was there. He's always there. And I'm just honored and I feel privileged to have known him for that long. I've been to jail with him, which is, it's not a bad deal. Greg just said, no, he's not going to jail, but he's such a dedicated person, and he's done so much for Atlanta and actually for the state of Georgia that we in the labor movement are just honored to call him our friend, and we love him, and we wish him nothing but the best. God bless Vincent Fort.
Next, we have Ms. Sandra Williams. Sandra, come on up, AFL-CIO, followed by the Reverend Dr. Gerald Durley.
All right. Thank you. Come on, Stan. Thank you. Good afternoon, family. And good afternoon, my friend. You know, as I was standing here, and I really did not prepare anything to say because what I want to say is from my heart. There's several words that come to mind when I think about Vincent Fort when I talk to him over the phone. He's always a motivation to us, particularly in the labor movement, because the change that we want to see is not always immediate. It takes time. The other thing I want to say is he's a change maker. There is nothing that you cannot do, Vincent Fort, and that you can't bring others with you, because the fire that you speak about, whatever it is, inspires us all to follow you. And we have followed you. But the last thing that I want to say to describe my friend is that he is authentic. Amen. Unlike a lot of people that we serve with on a day-to-day basis, and you look at them and say, is that the same person as it was last week? And now I have to avert my eyes. I'm not looking at anybody intentionally. I'm just saying, when you are authentic, you can be a change maker. When you are authentic, you can motivate others to do what needs to be done. When you fight on behalf of the least of these, all the blessings will come to you. So I say to his children, his legacy will live in you. You will never forget it. And you will be inspired to do everything you saw your father do and more. It may not be the same way, but let him be an inspiration to you. God bless you, and I love you. All right.
Authentic is what we're looking for.
Reverend Dr. Gerald Durley.
Come on, Tucson.
It's kind of tough. Vincent, I want to come and speak on behalf of all of us who started in the movement in 1959 and 1960. There was a man by the name of Jerry Butler who sang a song, "Only the Strong Survive."
Yeah.
You are one of the strongest people I know. When I came to Atlanta and thought I could pastor, thought I could preach, thought I could march after all those years, you say, come here, let me sit down and talk to you. I say, who is this little bitty man talking to me? You said, let me talk to you straight. You set me down, and we talked right there in University John Hope Holmes. And we began to talk, and you said, do this, do that. And I said, wait a minute, I only listen to God. He said, who do you think you're talking to? And I said, Vincent. And we laughed, and from that day to now, it's always been. Sandra used the word authenticity. I want to use the word, you are trustworthy. Because behind closed doors, you never sold anybody out. When Tim and everybody walked, you would say what we would say in the meeting, and then you go in there and you stayed true. The other word that stands out to me about you, you're a man of impeccable integrity.
Right.
When you walk, when you talk, when you style, when you walked around, You were the person that we looked up to and could always depend upon. Mr. Dependability, that's who you are. And finally, we sing a song in the church called, I've said it many times, I'm on the battlefield. I tell people, stop singing that song. Folks jump up, I'm on the battlefield, wigs falling off, teeth falling off, I'm on the battlefield. Vincent, you didn't never do that. You said, I'm in the battle. There's a big difference between being on the battlefield. Right. Some people have been on the battlefield and never got a scratch, never had a debt, never got foot. You've been in the battle, and because you're in the battle, we're all standing here today to say to you, Mr. Dependability, we love you. Stay strong. Don't back up. Don't bend. Don't bow. Don't break. Mr. Vincent Ford, Mr. Dependability. All right. All right.
We also would like to recognize Pastor Shannon Jones, who is here, and Columbus Ward from the Emmaus House. I've known him my entire life. Thank you, Columbus, for being here. The Honorable Derek Bozeman.
Vicky Crawford may be retired, but even Vicky Crawford trying to get in on whoever she is. You know, there's a saying that says, if I have seen further, it is because I have stood on the shoulders of giants. Vincent Ford and my relationship goes back more than 30 years. We met. He was walking one way, coming down through the George High community, and I was coming up the hill. That time we were trying to stop the Live Oak landfill. We had the audacity to believe that two little guys, one from Connecticut, the other from South Atlanta, could stop a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I did not believe it, but Vincent did. He believed enough in the people. He said, we just fight. And I said, if we fight, God will give us the strength. Governor Barnes signed the legislation that closed the Live Oak landfill. But before we did that, I said, Vincent, we got to really gin up the press for this. So I had this great idea. We were going to go to the Army-Navy store to find an old gas mask. Luckily, my head was too small and Vincent's was just right. And he put on this gas mask and showed up at a press conference, Reverend McDonald. He forgot to take the plate out, and so the mask started fogging up inside. But on the front page of every paper, even national papers, was this senator standing out there with a fogged up gas mask. The landfill closed, and Vincent almost closed too. I have not had a closer friend than Michael Langford. Right behind that is Vincent Ford. That was long before he was elected, long before he had a daughter, and his son was a little bitty fella. When you talk about Vincent Ford, you're really talking about a standard bearer, right? Who suffered much to make sure that the people had everything that they needed. All right. He's been closer to me than a brother. We've shared many, many miles, many, many issues. I love him so much, he knows that. And we have shared confidences that we both will take to our graves. But when you talk about somebody who is fearless, unrelenting, unbought, unbossed, and has suffered because he believed that if God be for you, who can be against you? And when? I'll share this one thing and then I'm done. Vincent has traveled with me. And, you know, every year I go to Africa. So Vincent decided this time he wanted to go to Egypt and Ethiopia, I think, with me. Ford, if you know him, he backs down from nothing and nobody. I had to remind him, dude, you're only just about 5'7". You can't. We're in the airport, and I hear this woofing in behind me. We're trying to get through customs, and he's woofing. I hear this woofing. And I said, man, is that for? I had turned around slowly. Some guy done tried to get in front of him. in the passport process, and Ford is giving him the business. I said, Ford, we are not in Fulton County. There's nobody I can call. The mayor can't be reached over here. But he said he jumped in front of me and 2 other ladies. And I don't care what we are. I told Eldridge, go get him, go get him. We're going to jail over here. Predatory lending, there's so many issues we worked on. I will say this without equivocation. This man sitting here, because of his unrelenting effort, have saved more people houses than anything I've ever seen. I'll share this one thing that I've done, because in the 30-plus years we've known each other, we've fought some mighty big battles. As I look at Reverend Tim McDonald here and others, Vincent called me on a Thursday and said, what are you doing? We need to fly to Washington, D.C. tomorrow. I said, well, I'll be in Washington, D.C. tomorrow. Then can you tell me why we're going? We're going to City Financial, because he had about 12 loans that were going to be foreclosed on and sold on the courthouse steps on that Monday. We flew out there. The building didn't have no name, nothing on it. And we got in the meeting, and the first thing they told, these loans have already been sold. There's nothing we can do. Thank y'all for coming. I looked at Vincent. He looked at me, and that was the signal. Hit the table hard. And I will tell you, the short version is, when he hit the table hard, we walked back with 12 people. One of them I'll never forget, 40-year teacher. Son had got her in a predatory loan. She had lost her house. It was going up for sale on the courthouse step on that Monday. When we left, we had 12 houses that had all of the debt counsel, over $1 million worth of debt, because of who this man was and his unwillingness to compromise. That's who Vincent Ford is. Never did he come back and said, look at what I done. He whooped the folks so bad they wanted to take him to a baseball game. He's a big baseball fan. I do not care for the baseball game. He said, you go into the game. I said, no, man, but you go. You done beat him up so bad, you might well take their free tickets, too. But I love him so much. His family knows that. He knows that. There's nothing that I wouldn't do for him. He deserves this and more.
Right.
Vincent Ford has been a champion for the underdog. He's fought the top dog. He didn't care whether it was governors, bank industry leaders. We've been on more picket and protest than one could ever imagine. But Vincent Ford deserves this kind of recognition. I will tell you, I know him well enough to know that he don't want it, but he deserves it.
Amen.
So thank God for him and for his family and for his life and for his light. And I just thank God that we were walking the same street over in Southwest Atlanta over 30 years ago, trying to get a landfill closed that in fact did close and remain closed to this very hour. Thank you so much, Senator. We appreciate you.
And before we hear from the Ford children, Bishop Greg Fan, followed by the Reverend Timothy McDonald.
I'm going to be brief, very brief. And that's difficult for me, but I'm going to be very brief. I just want to say this. I met Vincent. I was trying to get my church zoned on Metropolitan Parkway, which was Stewart Avenue, Holst Road. And they were trying to kill me from getting to church. I didn't know Vincent Ford. Vincent stood up in that meeting and said, y'all got all these clubs here, all of these hoes walking down here, and y'all don't want a church. And when Vincent got through talking, they passed it. And my church is at 1362 Metropolitan Parkway because of Vincent Ford. Thank you so very much.
I would have said beware of any preacher that says I'll be brief, but thank you, Greg Fan. When I was 17, I came across a quote that said there's no limit to the good that a man can do if he doesn't care who gets the credit. I was 17 years old. Came across Vincent Ford before he ever went to the Senate, when he was a professor. And I stand to share with you something that no one else has talked about, but affects every one of us. Health care. I don't care how much money you got, how many degrees you got, how big you are, what position you could be mayor. The number one challenge you're going to face is your health. Several years ago, I told my wife, children, and the church, if anything happens to me, don't take me to Grady Hospital. The last place I want you to take me is to Grady Hospital. I said that several years ago. Grady Hospital was about to close down. It was in debt. Legislation had already passed. We formed the Grady Coalition. Vincent Ford and I served as co-chairs. We went to everywhere there was a meeting about Grady. Fulton County and DeKalb County formed the DeKalb Fulton Grady Authority, Health Authority. I cannot tell you how many times Derry Bozeman, Vincent Ford, and I, members of Concerned Black Clergy, the Grady Coalition, the Homeless Task Force, Open Door Community, went to jail. What I want you to know is that one of the greatest hospitals today, anywhere in the United States of America, is Grady Hospital. They are first in so many categories. But what you may not know is that the reason Grady Hospital is where it is now, they said they're going to close down. We got together and we said we're going to get vans and buses, and we're going to find every homeless person we can find. And we're going to take them to Northside Hospital. We're going to take them to all them hospitals y'all got on 285, and we're going to bump them up there. And the Grady Health Foundation said, no, don't do that. Let's work together. We went to every meeting of the Grady Health Foundation. Derek, Vincent, myself, others, Concerned Black Clergy, we got arrested. I just want us to know the reason why Grady Hospital is standing today is because of Vincent Ford. Vincent Ford. Because he didn't care, and he doesn't care who gets the credit. But Derek, he deserves it. God bless you, my friend, Vincent Ford.
Dr. Richard Rhodes.
Good afternoon. We don't have to repeat all the things Vincent Ford stood for, but I can tell you, whenever he has called me, I have never not been there, because I knew, as I knew about 2 or 3 others that were mentioned here, Hosea Williams, Joe Boone, I knew for him it was the people first. And I guess he got away with it by assuming that the people were a part of his family. And that's where he treated whatever the issue was, it was about what was going to be good for the people. Not for Vincent, but what was good for the people. It's been an honor to know him, an honor to work beside him. As I say, I've been mentored by some of the best. Hosea Williams, Joe Boone, and it's been my privilege to work with Vincent Ford. Thank you.
And now the Ford children.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank everybody for being here and to celebrate such a man as Vincent Ford. And glory be to the God that we could all be here together for this momentous occasion. Like many of you have mentioned, I also find my dad to be trustworthy, dependable, integrous, honorable, but most of all, I find him kind. And warm and tenderhearted. My mom tells me a story sometimes that my dad wanted my name to be Vincentina. And that probably would have been fitting because we're just alike. But I'm just so grateful for today and so grateful to have my dad here, to be a street soldier and a freedom fighter for people, but also just to be our dad. Thank you.
Much in the same way as many of the other people here today. My name is Zan. Nice to meet you, everybody. Much in the same way that everybody else and most of the other people, they spoke about my father. They spoke about his integrity, and for me, Dad, that's one of the things that I always admired about you, and I couldn't really put my finger on it. I do remember growing up in elementary school and middle school, I would want, fancy shoes, and all that good stuff, the name brand. I had the Hakeem Olajuwons. Some of y'all know that struggle. But with that said, as my father began to get into his political career, and I knew about a lot of things he was doing. He would tell me about it, and I'll be in some of his meetings, listening in, sitting at the feet of, Reverend McDonald and other labor leaders and, political leaders and so on and so forth. And so I had a pretty good idea in real time about the things that he was doing. When predatory lending came around, I had an idea. I was out there with him, knocking on doors in the middle of summer as I don't know how old I was, but child labor laws, somebody might want to look into that. Might have been with him when he was doing his the landfill deal and pretty much everything. So I say all that to say I saw how his career was progressing. I still had Hakeem Olajuwons. And I was like, you know what? I see on TV all these politicians out here, they have, they have resources, but they have resources because of things that they do to the people that they are meant to represent. You know what I mean? They take a little here and give a little there, so on and so forth. And one thing, Dad, that I appreciate much more now than back then, because, I just wanted some Jordans. But I appreciate now that, you never took a little, gave a little, you didn't give anything. You didn't give an inch to those people who not just stood against you, but stood against, what you believed in, the community and this city and just people in general. And I appreciate that because it's part of the reason I've, been able to keep whatever moral center I have. Not gonna, brag on myself, but if I have a moral center, it's because of the integrity I saw that you've shown, and it's it's leadership. It's leadership as a father, just as leadership as a leader when it comes to labor issues or down at the Capitol or, raising some sand at City Hall or whatever. I mean, I've saw it, I've witnessed it, and it's made a mark on me that can never be removed. And I appreciate you for that. I want to make sure you hear that from me in front of all these nice people to come to celebrate what you've done, okay? And I love you dearly.
And now, any members of the Atlanta City Council that would like to speak at this time. Also, Attorney Davis, the Honorable Abel Mabel Thomas.
Okay, I can probably do it here. Okay. They say get back. Wilson says fight back. And that's what it's about. Because right now they're telling us in the world to get back. All right? This is spiritual warfare. Okay? At the end of the day, this is spiritual warfare. The fight is not black over white. The fight is right over wrong. Oh, y'all don't hear me. All right? First, giving honor to God. It's an honor to be with the great Vincent Fort. I have seen Vincent Fort do some stuff at the State House. Y'all ain't ready for it. Y'all not ready. I mean, I know you're getting a piece of it, but y'all ain't ready for it. I've been in rooms where Vincent is standing up for the rights of people, and a white guy will say, you're going to have to take that out of here, or I'm going to get you locked up. Vincent say, go ahead, bring the police. Bring the police. You know, and if you can put me out, you put me out. I mean, that's the kind of talking he do. A beast. I'm talking when he get down to talking. But he said to me sometime, he said the other day, we were talking, he said, well, what you do, Mabel, you kind of punch him. And then you might walk away. But after you punch him, I'm going to beat his ass up. Oh, yeah, we was a tag team now. Y'all got to remember, Vincent Fort represented me all my years as state senator. All my years, so I always had backup. It wasn't the time that I didn't call Vincent that he didn't show up. Now, do y'all remember the shooting and murder of Katherine Johnson? Y'all forgot about that? Okay. I called Vincent and said, Vincent, can you get the press? Vincent knew how to get the press. Vincent got the press. We went door to door throughout English Avenue and Vine City specific. He had everybody showed up from all over Atlanta and DeKalb for this particular for this rally at Lindsay Street Baptist Church. So prior to the big marches that y'all see now on TV, the largest public safety march and rally was at Lindsay Street Baptist Church. Oh, that was the largest. It was filled to the brim, the mayor, all the political people. The person who's over the police department at the time was Pennington. And at that particular meeting, a girl went to the mic and she said, Carmichael, her name's Carmichael, she says, is that something, help me with this, Derek, because he was here. Was it DC-3 or DC-6 that got took off the book where they could, DC-6, it was called a known drug area. So that means if you're walking through the Bluff or English Avenue or Vine City, police could walk up to you and say, get on the ground. Search you, do anything they want to you, lock you up in there because you're in a known drug area. With the organization of Vincent Fort, Derek Bozeman, myself, and others, that came off the book. All right? $5 million was given to the family of Katherine Johnson, and she was 90-something years old. They give you money based on how many years you have to live and be productive. They gave $5 million. The Red Dog Force was disbanded. Oh, y'all don't hear me? And then Vincent dug deeper and restarted the Citizen Review Board. Used to be in place, because I remember Jared Samples used to be a part of that from Perry Holmes. That got reinstated. And wait a minute. All these cases y'all see throughout the country, even now, the police, most times, try to get away. But if I'm not mistaken, we sent about 3 police to jail. 3 police went to jail. Back in what, 2006? Was it 2006? 2006. Okay, you get what I'm saying? So 4 police were going to jail for being low down. In Atlanta, we sent 3 police to jail, $5 million, Citizen Review Board. I'm just saying, what can be done You got to have people with courage. Leadership. Leadership and courage. And let me just give you another spin, y'all. Courage don't mean every time you jump out, you just get the strength to do everything. Courage is you do it anyway. Even if you are afraid, go forth anyway. Because one thing Emma Darnell taught me is this. Honorable Emma Darnell said, Mabel, the Lord didn't say you always was going to be victorious, but he does require you to be faithful. Oh, y'all don't hear me. This is spiritual warfare. And the Lord sent Vincent on the battlefield for a reason, because he was the example of what a black man can do. Of what, I ain't talking about what you're going through, how many races and all that going on. The bottom line, can do. But you got to have it inside to want to do. And this man here has inside of him to do, will do, not afraid to do. If you're afraid, he go anyway. Anyway. So we don't even know when he's afraid because he's going anyway. Okay? And he's helped a lot of people. Yeah. That's right. You got to have more. And let me tell you, this was so good at what he did with predatory lending. Anybody would call me about anything that's been done wrong to people, whether their car was been taken or you got them, some of them car deals be bad. You get. I call him and say, they done took the thing, they gave this boy a bad car deal. He was a young guy, about 20 years old. Just say, give me his name. Next thing you know, the guy called me. He say, they gave me all my money back and everything. I'm just telling you, every which way, he can touch your life. Power to the people. I love Vincent Ford.
The Honorable Marcy Collier Overstreet, followed by the Honorable Michael Julian Bond.
Okay, I'll be brief. Because he is one of my hands-on residents in District 11, I definitely thank Councilmember Boone for allowing me to, co-host this with you. Thank you very much. Because this one right here, for some reason, I have something deep within me that wants him to give me a little bit of leeway at all times. It's important to me that you appreciate the work that I do in our district. And so much so that he has walked the district with me several times. He is a skin in the game kind of person. It is because of him that District 11 has sidewalks on Campbellton Road for the entire length of District 11. He came to me and said, listen, if you can fill in these gaps on Campbellton Road where I'm walking in the street, where the bridges are, I'm going to know that you're here for the right reasons. And how about, I'm like, I will jump through that hoop. I'm going to get that funded and I'm going to get that done, and I did. And it is because of you that we have safety measures throughout the district. He has walked my district with me many times, and that is who he is. And I'm going to just leave it brief with that. It is always important to me that I am doing the work that he can be proud of. It really is. And when he joins me on anything, including not having a liquor license at a gas station, I know I can be loud and proud because he's going to show up and show out. So thank you for allowing me to host with you today.
Present today also was State Representative Kim Schofield and State Representative Park Cannon, former Council Member Aaron Watson, and now the Honorable Michael Julian Bond.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Boone, and I want to thank the Ford family for giving Senator Vincent Ford, our friend, my friend, the kind of support that they need, that he needed to do the work that he has done and has chosen to do in the past, because it's not easy on families of people who have put themselves out in harm's way. So let's give his family another round of applause. But I'll be very, very, very brief. So much has been said today about the mighty Vincent Ford. I'm reminded of, I go to church sometimes, Reverend, but I remember hearing in church that when people pass away, and from their physical form, they take off a corruptible body and put on incorruptibility. But I would say to you, Vincent, that you have worn your incorruptibility through life, that the steps that you take, the challenges that you meet, the evil that you speak truth to, the power that you challenge, that you have done so from your incorruptibility on behalf of those who have no power, who have no voice, who have no strength. And you have done that successfully. And you are the example for those of us who occupy elected office, and we thank you. And I leave you with this. I love mythology. And so in the great old English poem, De Morte d'Arthur, when Arthur is at his lowest moment, when he's facing all of his enemies and he's surrounded, he's visited by his mentor, Merlin, in a dream. And Merlin, he says he hadn't seen Merlin in years because Merlin had been trapped and vanquished and away from him. And so Merlin came to him and he said, Merlin, are you a dream? Are you gone from me? Where can I find you? It says, so what can you tell me to do as we beckon for you to tell us what to do? And Merlin responded, he said, Arthur said, are you just a dream now? And he said, no. He said, I'm a dream to those who need to be inspired, and I'm a nightmare for those who pervade evil. And so you, Vincent, are our Merlin. You are our inspiration, our incorruptible example of how to be a man, how to be a servant, how to be a leader. God bless you. Thank you, my friend.
Senator Ford, thank you on behalf of the people of the city of Atlanta and beyond. In recognition of the Honorable Vincent D. Ford, Georgia State Senator, District 39. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that we, the members of the Atlanta City Council, proclaim today, December 2nd, 2024, as Vincent D. Ford Day in the city of Atlanta, Georgia.
Y'all want to roll them over here to speak?
Senator Ford, today many members of your community are here, from Barge Road High Rise, James Allen High Rise, and all of the seniors in the city of Atlanta. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Thank you. And now we're going to take an official photo with Senator Ford.
Okay. Yes, I do. Let me tell you something. There's three kinds of people I love. I love good. I love God. 2, I love God, then I love God. Then I love my children. Zoe is a preacher. I love God. I love
and I love her. Because Zoe is going to be a doctor. I have 3 children. I love God because she wants to help people. I love, and I love the fact that she knows that. I love Clara Faith. And I love Clara Faith, who is my second daughter. She is Clara Faith is going to be well, she already is. She's she loves she is going to be a meteorologist. She's already a meteorologist. So pray for them. I love Zan. I love Zan. Who you got? Who are you? She is I love Zan. He's a wonderful person. He has integrity. Oh, and I love what she does. So I'm not going to leave him out. And then finally, he is all of that. He is all of that. So please acknowledge them. And then finally, I'm going to talk about now, I want to talk about the fact that I've got those 3 children. I cannot leave them out. And then I cannot go away from here from acknowledging Steve Henson. Where are you, Steve? Come over here, Steve. Come over here, Steve. That man covered my back with the cattle. My back. I love Steve Henson. At the state capitol, say something to the people.
Vincent is one of the greatest human beings I've ever met. I'm proud to know him. I'm honored. And my name is Stephen Henson. I was minority leader. Vincent was elected whip when I got to be minority leader, and he controlled our caucus. He helped lead us to many great things. They talked about the landfill, the hate bill, but he put millions of dollars every year into the budget for his district, helped with the $45 million for Atlanta Metropolitan College, Atlanta Tech College, the Health Science Center there. He put a bill helping minority children in the Governor Barnes' education bill, that instrumental in changing lives. He held our caucus together when we passed the increase for the transportation budget. So we got millions of dollars for minority education, for engineers, minority business enterprises to be conducted by a DOT that had never been done before. He's done just so much that you've never heard about and he's never taken credit for, that I'm just honored to know the man. Yeah.
And now we would like for everyone, after the official photo, please do not leave. Part 2 of Vincent D. Ford Day in the City Hall atrium. And now our official photo, and then we'll all go down to the City Hall atrium. Official photo.
Okay. The envelope, the padded envelope. Yeah, this is Vincent. Hold on, y'all. You finally got up here.
I think Ken Jerry is kind of think they do it.
Everyone, please report to the City Hall atrium swiftly. Please report to the City Hall atrium swiftly.
Hey, how's it going? All right.
How you been? Big wow.
Please move swiftly to the City Hall atrium. Please move swiftly to the City Hall atrium. Please move swiftly to the City Hall atrium. Wonderful.
Thank you all. Yes, sir. Thank you all very much. We will now move into the next part of the agenda, which is public comment. But before we do that, Councilmember Lewis, I believe you have a comment. Councilmember Lewis.
I just want to make sure that we let the community and let the public know that my office did hear the calls and did hear the cries. We did receive the emails. We do understand that we've been able to work in a different way. We read the letter that the mayor's office came out with today, and we're encouraged by the signs and the potential investment in this side. Now, my office is a person who grew up in that area the past 37 years, knowing how dangerous the area has been, knowing how the area has been hard to redevelop. My office is standing in solidarity with the mayor in his investment, potential investment in the area. And so we're encouraged to file the paper today with the hopes that the mayor meets with the office, meets with the developers, meet with the community to everything that was said in that letter. So I just want to make sure that the people that knew here came today, that we love the letter that came out from the mayor. We've been trying to redevelop and fix the southwest side of Atlanta for a long time. I think we're about to get some investment. Sometimes we have to squeak, and we got to be the squeaky wheel to get it. Thank you again.
Thank you. We will now move to public comment. We have one elected official who has signed up, so we will start with them. Is Representative Park Cannon still in the chamber? We'll wait just a moment on Representative Cannon. All right. Oh, Representative Cannon, as an elected official, you have up to 10 minutes to address the body, and welcome.
Hello, everyone, again, and thank you all for being here today. I wanted to just come in ahead of our legislative session coming up, remind you that the impact that y'all have is statewide. We are the largest city, largest county, so the decisions that you are making, you already know they have statewide impact. I did want to specifically address the issues related to data centers. I would ask you not to vote in favor of that.
Representative Cannon, I'm sorry, but per state law, actually, we can't have commentary about zoning papers directly.
Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, on a day like today, where we have just honored the Honorable Senator Vincent Fort and Abel Mabel Thomas, I ask you to stand strong. I ask you to be as progressive as you can possibly be in your policymaking, because it has statewide impact. When you think maybe this issue won't really matter, maybe that issue won't really matter, maybe I can kind of hold back on listening to those who have progressive views, who are asking you to reach deeper, focus on diversity and inclusion, listen to transgender people, care about poor folks. It's really important, and I hope that we can be partners in that. Many of you have been partners in that for me, but also as we go into this legislative session, it is a different type of legislating that will be taking place in our city, in our state, and then in our country. And so if I have not ever been to your office, or we have not had a meeting and you would like to, I want to reopen my arms to you to ask you to be a part of the progressive group of policymakers in the state of Georgia who can have statewide impact. And then lastly, of course, I do want to just remind you that we are open starting the second Monday in January. Typically, we do have an Atlanta delegation briefing, so you will hear from our chair, and that chair will come and will, ask what your legislative priorities are. But if you already do have some, please do, avail my office of those, and please do come to speak with us, come and visit with us, come and sit with us. Please come and make yourselves, as you are the closest lawmaking body to the state capitol, accessible. Because sometimes we go into these committee hearings and we are trying to say, well, this is what Atlanta did, and they're like, well, can we speak with any of your officials? And so sometimes it takes a little more work, but if y'all are available to come, my office is on the 6th floor. Our team would be happy to bring you in and to be a part of that. And if your staff just wants to come and join us, we would also like to have your staff there. I thank you again for this time and hope you have a great rest of your meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Representative Cannon. Now we will move to remarks of the public. I would remind everyone that you will have up to 2 minutes unless you've been yielded time. I also would remind everyone that per state law and are following with it, we cannot take commentary around zoning matters that are before this body. That the public comment has to be done in the Zoning Review Board. So with that, we will start with Brittany Morton. Brittany Morton. Jonathan Briggs. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Permission to approach council for just to hand out my pamphlet? Yes. Here you are. Yes, my name is Jonathan Briggs. I'm a California native. I'm 34 years of age. I am a commercial fisherman. I fish 265 days out of the year. I've been doing it for the last 9 years out in the Gulf of Alaska, based around Kodiak, Alaska. I'm taking the farm and starting my own fishing market because I want to actually supply fresh, domestic, fresh fish to our nation first. 75% of the Alaskan catch is exported and in return processed throughout spoil, throughout transit, and then in return imported back into our stores, into our markets. I'm just going to be real brief, real short. I'm just here to build relationships. I would really like to start in Atlanta. It's a lot of history, and I didn't know what I was walking into today. It's a lot of history to follow, and I'm just here to build relationships. So if anybody would like to work with me or would like to sit down and meet, my information is on those booklets. I wish y'all the best. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be George Jackson. George Jackson. Next will be Henry Jordan. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Give now to Spirit God, everyone that's here. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, call upon his name, make known his deeds among the people. Psalms 105, chapter, first verse. I had a dream that the people was in a big bubble. They couldn't enjoy the trees of the land of the atmosphere. The Lord said the answers in the homeless is calling on Jesus Christ as a business plan to deliver the people out of that situation. Also, I saw where the Lord wanted to use me to help fight sin in us, around us, and in others. And the Lord was telling me, we ourselves got to seek Christ first and see if I'm saying what I'm saying to you is of Christ. You got to talk to Jesus for yourself also. It says the call to praise is unmistakable with its 11 imperative directive toward God's people. Give thanks, call upon, make known, sing, talk, and so on, because you took the credit and glory for what Christ has done through me. The gift will not work on your job. And it is Jesus' will to work his way. When you have what God has done through me, you are telling him you do not need, desire for the gift to work in me or for it to be done. See, I had a dream that the people that was in a big, not the people, but I saw a big round table for China, Russia, and 911 and other countries was plotting against America. And the Lord showed me that the people are not going to believe what Christ is doing through me, what he want to do through me, and protecting the people as God says to protect them, in his way and not your way, because your way ain't going to do what Christ's way go do.
Next up will be Carlton Ham. Carlton Ham. Next will be Ronald Petty. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
President Shipman, can I hand this to you?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand why my property sale involves so many high-level officials, including you. I wanted to know if you knew why your name was included on this email. No, I wanted to give it to him. Yes. So basically, yes, I'm here today. I'm back because basically I just want to thank God that I was able to get my documents from Watershed before they manipulated and falsified my documents, okay? So my case involves Watershed, and I was in the process of selling a property. And thank goodness that I got my documents first and foremost. Before I hired my attorney. And when my attorney requested the same information, the documents changed. The prices, the dates, everything. And it's up to you, councilmen, to look deeper into my case. My case was just on the news, on Channel 2. And I've been getting so many emails from people with stories just like me. I'm not stopping. I got the money to fight. And I'm gonna fight, because Watershed cannot continue to do this, okay? I'm not standing for it. Jason Winston, you're my councilman. I've been calling you repeatedly. I can't get you on the phone. I have another case, okay? Separate from this one, involving Watershed again, on another property that I own. You're gonna have to pay attention to me. I'm Ronald Petty Jr., and you're gonna see me.
Thank you. Next is Terry Ross. Due to yielded time, you have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Terry Ross. I'm here representing NPUT, That's T is in terrific, okay? And I'm also a member of the City of Atlanta's License Review Board currently, as well as parliamentarian for the Western Neighborhood Development, as well as Morehouse School of Medicine's Community Coalition Board. And somebody asked me earlier today, how many boards am I on? And I honestly can't say. But most of you council members I've had interactions with over the years. It's good to see everyone here. According to state law, I won't speak about the things that I came to speak about today. However, I will say that I am a proud member of the Walkable West End, where I live and have lived for 16 years. And I've earnestly been involved in the development of the West End, and particularly the West End Station, the West End Mall, transit-oriented development, university-oriented development, and Beltline-oriented development. And I can honestly say that anything that takes away from that development, we are adamantly opposed to. My neighbors are in MPUV. They're just across the street, literally, and that's the Adair Park neighborhood as well. And we are all in consensus and all in agreement that anything that we find detrimental to the commercial corridor running between West End and Adair Park, we are adamantly and will be adamantly opposed to. And I know I'm speaking cryptic here. I had a whole speech prepared and everything, but then ignorance is bliss, right? I didn't know anything about the state law, and I do want to be in compliance with the law. So I just want to thank you for your time today, and thank you for your consideration. And I'm actually happy I was here. I got a chance to see Senator Fort receive his flowers, as well as Camille Love receive her flowers as well. Now, one of the other things that I am an architect of is the Atlanta Community Engagement Playbook, which we designed back in 2015, 2016. And one of the things that we were so proud of is we created a framework in which residents could engage the city of Atlanta, the elected officials, as well as the service providers. And on the other half of the book, it was how city officials and city service departments can engage residents for some genuine community engagement. And of course, we expect all you councilmen members to use that book, use that playbook. It is the Atlanta Community Engagement Playbook, and it will give you the framework how to engage your residents so that you can determine what it is that they would like to see. Now, like I said, I am involved with the NPU. I am involved with the Comprehensive Development Plan every 5 years. I was also a standing committee chairman for the Atlanta Planning Advisory Board for 8 years as well. And so we understand how it works, and we understand when it doesn't work. And so I just want to say that anything that we find detrimental to the development of Southwest Atlanta, regardless of what the initiative is or what the underlying intention is, we're going to be adamantly opposed to it. And so I hope I've made that clear to all the council members, and I ask you to carefully consider the things that come before you today. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilor Lewis.
Mr. Ross, I appreciate you for coming in today. And anytime you come in and you speak to legislation, I heard you fully. I'll never have a constituent come in and mention my name. And not even if you talk about something, if I know about it, I can speak on it. I'll always respond.
And I appreciate that, Councilman. And what you said prior to the legislative session beginning, kind of confused me.
I got you.
I read the letter from the mayor as well today, but I wasn't sure where you were standing.
Yeah. So the letter came out to all of us today. And so I'm super happy to see that kind of investment. As a person that grew up over there, you've been 37 years in that area.
Yes.
I understand that we've had 3 or 4 people buy the West End Mall and it always fall through. So bad so that the city had to purchase it. I also understand that Murphy's, when you think about the Met, I also understand that the Met is a place that we put Boys and Girls Club of America, we put different organizations in, and they've not been able to sustain themselves, so much so that we had to help sell it. And so we know that the Met, it didn't work for retail. So I'm extremely excited about the letter that we received from the mayor today, because it shows intentional development in this area. And I think we've never gotten this type of look at the south side. This is 10 acres. Typically we don't get this kind of attention.
Correct.
For something for 10 acres, so I'm super excited about it. And me myself, as a lone time, I'm not going nowhere. I know they talked about Grady Memorial Hospital today. I was born there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Mr. Fan said something today, and I wanted to make sure I talk about it because Reverend Fan, the church on Metropolitan Parkway.
Yes.
When this legislation was brought to me, he was a person who came to me and talked to me about it. And what he said was, in his church, he once let a neighborhood organization have a meeting in his church. They had a zoning meeting, right? In that zoning meeting, they were rezoning his church from a church to some affordable housing. And you know what affordable housing means sometimes when we say it in this area.
Relative to location, absolutely.
And so Mr. Fan said in that meeting, he had to get loud and say, hey, y'all not about to change my church, right? I'm the pastor.
Right.
So when you look at the business, the organization that was already sitting there, they had certain authorities before we put forth the new legislation that we brought forth 3 months ago.
Okay.
And so that business actually came to me and similar to Mr. Fan and said, hey, how you gonna rezone my church? Well, he came to me and said, hey, when I purchased this property, when the city council created this exact specific zoning, when the city council created it in 2005, what they said was we would not impose erroneous requirements on developers. What they said was it is very difficult to develop at different stages in the life cycle for different portions of the city. And so 37 years in that community, you've been in the community the same time period, we see they're not touching this part. And so this letter I got from the mayor today means they're gonna touch this part. And we know that the mayor was a city council person over this area for that 12 years he was a city council person. So we know that there have been any attention right there. So we've seen the West End Mall. We've seen that keep falling through.
Right.
And so we want to make sure we're able to do some stuff. So I appreciate you for coming down. And we're going to file that legislation, which means it's dead.
I
It's
appreciate
dead.
that.
That's what that means today. That means it's dead. And I think that had this not happened today, it'd still be a dead area.
Right,
One last thing, there's lead in the ground there. And so with the new administration, with the new federal administration, according to EPA and Georgia EPA guidelines, with the new federal administration, with the Trump administration, our goal, we're going to have to find some kind of way to get some federal money to clean this up.
Yeah, to remediate that.
I'm assuming that with this letter that we got about this 10 acres, I'm assuming that we're going to get all the support that we need to go and get all the resources we need for us.
Excellent.
And I'm not moving. So, I'm happy about this.
So if nothing else, it's publicity for our side of town, right?
Oh, man, we're going to get the stuff we need. And we get a hospital right there. I know that we're not talking about it out loud. We're about to get a hospital.
Right. No,
we're
right there
about
at
to
the
get
map.
a new Grady.
I agree.
70 acres. Come on now.
agree.
So we're about to redevelop. Thanks again.
So from transit-oriented development, university-oriented development,
I want to see
mall-oriented
Beltline Rail.
development, and hospital-oriented
I want to
development.
see Beltline Rail. I
Okay.
think when you look at some of the stuff that's going on in that area, I want to see Beltline Rail.
Okay.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Mr. Russ.
Thank you.
Next will be Tracy Thornhill. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
My name is Tracy Thornhill. I'm the executive director of ASME. I worked for the city for 33 years, 33 dedicated years. I know a little something about the city of Atlanta. Today, I'm joined by employees from the watershed, Parks and Recreation, Public Works. I've seen a lot in my 33 years. I have a greater pulse on the city workers than the OIG from New York. City workers do not fear the mayor. They do not fear city council or the department heads. That's propaganda being fanned by the OIG. What we fear is power-hungry OIG seeking to score political points and make a name for themselves. We fear wasting millions of tax dollars, duplicating the functions of the law department and human resources in APD. Over the years with the city, I've seen intimidation and I've seen bullies, and it looks like the OIG is a bully. We have a signed MOU that requires notice and the right to representation at any investigation meeting of our members. This OIG knows it and has ignored it. She don't believe that she has to follow the rules. We need City Council to protect the employees, its taxpayers. We need the administration to make sure procedures are in place and recommend that the task force and the MOU are protected. I do have some paperwork for y'all to get right here. And on the note of leaving, I got 19 seconds. I want y'all to remember the name, Theodore Wilson. Theodore Wilson, 30-year employee of the city of Atlanta, 2 weeks ago, getting off the exit in the West End and was shot in the mouth by a water boy. This is a 30-year employee of the city of Atlanta. I know that we took on and said that we wanted the water boys to have a good, make money. But if it's dangerous, we gotta stop it. We gotta do something. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Ronald Petty.
My name is on there early, Shakir.
No, not yet. Mr. Shakir, you're coming. Next will be Crystal Jeffrey. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. I am Crystal Jeffrey, Secretary-Treasurer of AFSCME, representing more than 3,000 city employees grade 18 and below. AFSCME has over 1.6 million members across the country, and today I speak on behalf of AFSCME. We wish to begin by commending the mayor and the council for your foresight in creating a task force to tackle these complex issues. Your leadership has helped to open doors for meaningful dialogue, ensuring that voices like ours are heard. We appreciate that this initiative has allowed us the opportunity to constructively engage on this issue. We all share a common goal, upholding fairness, integrity, and transparency within city operations. Our commitment as union leaders is to work collaboratively toward solutions that strengthen trust and respect. We believe it's critical to reaffirm the fundamental rights of unions to represent our members, especially on key issues like disciplinary actions and other employment concerns. We need assurance that these rights are not undermined by the practices of the Office of the Inspector General. We are seeking clearer guidelines on how the OIG interacts with unionized employees, particularly in cases where representation is necessary to protect their interests and ensure fairness. The speed and secret nature in which OIG investigations are conducted often leaves little room for due process. This can make it nearly impossible for unions to provide timely and effective representation for our members. The secrecy surrounding the OIG processes has created a culture of fear. Many members are hesitant to reach out to the city or even their unions, fearing retaliation or other further scrutiny. This lack of transparency is counterproductive and undermines trust in the OG. Clear protections must be established to ensure employees feel safe so they can reach out to their unions without fear of retaliation or adverse consequences. The OIG office is supposed to give confidence in process, transparency, and integrity. The OIG is supposed to be a fair, non-political, fact-finding body. Unfortunately, because of its current leadership, there is an erosion of confidence.
Time has expired.
And the OIG is now viewed as nothing more than a political hack. We urge the council to adopt the findings of the task force.
Thank you. Next will be Raynard Burrell. Due to yielded time, you have up to 8 minutes.
Can we have someone grab these, please? Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm Raynard Burrell. I'm the executive director of the Georgia Federation of Public Service Employees. I represent over 2,000 members of the city and APS workers. Our members not only work here, many of them live here too, and are part of the fabric of Atlanta. They work hard and they play by the rules. Most love their jobs and their communities. 2 of our city members recently died. Dury Bright, just a couple of months ago, and DeTarvis Cooper, just a couple of weeks ago. Dury in his early 50s and DeTarvis in his early 30s, dedicated city workers. It is part of my duty to deliver $50,000 union policies to both of their families as members of FPSC. I mention this because too often in these types of discussions, we forget the decisions that we make impact real people, and sometimes we forget city workers are our most important resource. So when we talk about workers' rights, it's more than just a policy question. It's a statement of our community values. I made remarks before the task force, laying out some of our concerns. I emailed those remarks to City Council earlier, as well as giving you the pass out just now. But let me share a few of my concerns directly with the council. One significant concern we must address is the absence of publicly available standard operating procedures, SOPs, for the OIG. This is troubling, as other investigatory bodies, both locally and nationally, have their SOPs readily accessible for public review. Without clear SOPs, it becomes nearly impossible for FPSC, employees, or even the community to understand the rules of engagement or the scope of authority guiding the OIG's actions. We cannot determine who really oversees the OIG. Does the OIG report to the governing board, or is it really the other way around in practice? Does the governing board have a duty of loyalty to the business community that sponsored their appointment, or do they owe it to the citizens of Atlanta? This lack of clarity raises questions about accountability, politics, and governance within the office of the OIG. We must know the proper rules of engagement, including how investigations are conducted, how oversight functions to effectively represent our members, and for the OIG's office or its finding to have any credibility. I know the council is just receiving the task force recommendations today, but we urge the council to move deliberately speedy in improving the clarifying supplement of the OIG legislation. We ask that the administration take immediate action in implementing the operational portion of the OIG's task force recommendation. We need some type of guide or bill of rights for city workers. This framework can improve the process by clearly defining the rights and responsibilities when interacting with the OIG. The guide should help clarify whether the individuals involved is subject to an investigation or witness, ensuring their roles and rights are clearly understood. FPSC understands the importance of confidential investigations. We understand that true confidentiality is challenging to maintain, especially when workers are frequently summoned. When an employee is repeatedly summoned to the office of the OIG, it can create a harmful environment of suspicion and speculation. Perception can damage an individual's reputation and mental well-being, which underscores the need for clear communication about the nature of their involvement. FPSC urges the city to ensure that investigations are conducted at city facilities rather than at workers' homes, as this practice respects workers' privacy and dignity while maintaining professionalism. Conducting investigation in personal spaces can cause undue stress, confusion, emotional harm, and feelings of intimidation, even if the worker is not accused of wrongdoing. City facilities provide a neutral, controlled environment where workers can have the support of representatives, ensuring a fair process. Protecting workers' rights and maintaining a respectful investigation process is essential for the overall health of the workplace and the integrity of the investigation. Let me conclude my remarks by acknowledging the professional critics of the city that loves to create chaos, point fingers, play gotcha, and engage in assassination by allegation. The truth is, if our city leaders were to walk on water, the critics would be at the council meeting complaining and yelling that they can't swim. I urge you to tune out the professional critics. Also be leery of those seeking to score political points and those wishing to advance their political careers. Unfortunately, the OIG has made the process very political. She engaged a PR firm, has participated in a media blitz. Her office has leaked so-called confidential investigation information. This unelected bureaucrat has lambasted our elected leaders, demeaned the task force, thumbed her nose at city workers, and even pranced into city council meeting to engage in propaganda and fear-mongering. We urge the city council to prioritize implementing the legislative recommendations of the task force. We urge the mayor to move forthwith in implementing the operational components. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard.
Thank you. Next will be Dave Martis. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Hey y'all, my name's Dave Martis. I live in the West End. I'm a nurse at Hugh Spalding Children's Hospital. Hopefully you'll be seeing a little bit more of me trying to lean into community building and organizing and supporting and calling in. I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you so much. I know it can be a real drain to listen to us come up here, and we all have a lot to say, myself included. I'll be honest, my tone was going to be a little different earlier, but I'm feeling a little bit better now. And but no, even then I was going to say, thank you. Even when I was going to say what I was going to say, I was going to start by saying thank you. Well, no. There are rules, like Mr. Ross said. Mr. Ross, how about him? He's fabulous. Love him. But yeah, no, I just want to say about a year ago, got involved with my MPU because I read something on the Center for Civic Innovation's website about how wonderful they are for making sure we organize as a community and have our voices heard. And then I went to go see Meditations on Maynard at the Hertz Theater at the Alliance, which was fantastic. Pearl Clegg's play about kind of the origins of the movement that got Mayor Jackson elected, and empowering the people and, letting our voices be heard. I think we hear a lot that Atlanta is a city where it's kind of the developers versus the people. And I want to prove that's not true. I want to prove that's not true. I want to prove that this council, and I believe it will listen to the will of the people. When the people, at least when the people speak real clear, when they make it really well known what they need and what they want, I believe this council has it in them to do the right thing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next will be Gerard Jackson. Oh, Councilor Lewis, do you want to comment?
Yep, Mr. Burrell, just making sure we heard you. Unlike with the public safety training facility, we changed the stuff up here. We actually hear you, and we're willing to work and negotiate. One thing we want to be known as I want to be known as a person who's listening to everybody, and we have people on both sides reaching out. So thank you again.
Gerard Jackson. You have up to 2 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, our city council. My name is Gerard Antonio Jackson. I am a parks worker. I work for the City of Atlanta Parks and Rec Department for 23 years, and I have lived in Atlanta for 39 years. I love my city. I love my job. But we had a few issues to come by, and that's why I'm here talking in front of you right now. I asked the council to adopt the recommendations of the task force to protect city workers, the integrity of the process, and the credibility of the city. All that employees really want is a fair process. Fear of political games, power struggles. We do not have faith in our OIG or her policies. We do have faith in the city council, our mayor, and the communities that we serve. We want to do our jobs free of intimidation, fear of interference, and fear of threats. We want to ask you to put it clear, the rules that everyone can follow, not only workers, but everyone. We want things fair, and we want a fair chance to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Vance McCoy. Vance McCoy. Next will be John Salveson. John Salveson. Sarah Newman. John Pavlin. Mike Roebuck. Brian Alonzo. Dan Burks. Luisa Reyes. Tiffany Tillman, Yul Holloman, Wajib Sabri, Cassie Williams, Cassandra Alexander Green, Derek Fields, Vic Bolton. You'll have up to 6 minutes due to yielded time. Jordan?
Good afternoon, President Shipman, members of the council. Thank you again for this time. I've been before you before, so I won't bore you with the who I am details. I will say, as my friend over there said, I do appreciate your service, and it's always a point that I take to say thank you for being willing to put up with us and all that comes with being a member of the City Council. I'm a native ATLian as well, born and raised here, Bankhead, Greenbrier, Southwest Side, SWATs, all of the stereotypes. I fit them all. I've traveled the country and lived in cities all over the U.S. through corporate appointments that I've had over the years, and I was truly blessed to get promoted back here a little over 20 years ago and have been back in Atlanta and will not be leaving my hometown again. The reputation of our fair city is at stake here, y'all. I'm here to talk about the train wreck that is our procurement department. And I know that you knew this was coming, so please bear with me for a second. I actually had the good fortune living in the city with an educator mom and a lot of family connections to have met Maynard Jackson and Martin King and Andy Young and Joe Lowry and C.T. Vivian and Hosea Williams and Ralph Abernathy, and H.J. Russell was a mentor of mine and a neighbor. And I grew up with the Atlanta way and the concept of the city on the hill that we all like to refer to. And, you know, even though the city was the epicenter of the civil rights movement and, you know, brought about so much change in that regard, we have just as important a legacy on the economic side. Our Equal Business Opportunity Program, rather, has a 50-year track record of making millionaires in Atlanta. And we should not discount that 50 years of creating probably by now hundreds of millionaires through business opportunity in our city. So I've been calling on you for almost 20 years. I've never had a city contract and I've never worked at the city. And I wanted to make that clear that my job is influence. I don't have any financial stake in things that go on with contracts down here other than advocating occasionally for clients of mine. But the process is broken. It smells funny, to quote members of this body. It stinks, it's scary. To use a word from the neighborhood, it's downright jankety. There's a recent batch of airport procurements that are of grave concern. I want to just briefly touch on some things and tell you that you can't proceed on the path that we're on. There have been blackout violations where people talk to folks they're not supposed to, where folks come before you and conveniently use the blackout as a reason not to talk about things or answer questions that you've asked them. But then when others reach for them, it is discovered that they have reached out to one another and done things like encourage someone to hire someone else's kid right in the middle of the blackout time frame. There have been disturbing findings by the IPRO reports from the OIG. And I want to make sure we don't throw the whole baby out with that particular batch of bathwater, because a function like that is needed. It needs to be adjusted, tweaked, reined in, whatever you guys decide to do. But a function like that is necessary to keep integrity in the operations of the city. There have been things that have been found to be unfavorable that have been slid past us and moved forward anyway. People that were parties to bids that were ineligible by RFP specifications that somehow were allowed to continue to participate. There was somebody that had been sued several times that was allowed to move forward by the airport, promising to mitigate the risk. And most troubling is this designation of vendors as non-responsive arbitrarily, with allegations of Lord knows what. But people are alleging that they steer contracts in the direction of those that are desired or away from those that they don't. There's also a bit of an anti-incumbent bias that I've detected, where for whatever reason, some folks feel like we want someone else to have this work. Your incumbents are your best informed, most knowledgeable competitors, and they ought to always be competitive because they're doing the work now. So they know what the fuel costs are, the labor costs are, the equipment costs are. Your incumbents should be very competitive. So one of those folks who has done this before and won the work doesn't know how to respond to a bid, I would think you agree with me. That smells funny. So there have been open records requests. There have been conversations with people whose last name is Esquire. We've been in the media over and over, and I will submit to you that Maynard Jackson is rolling over in his grave based on the way that procurement is being handled. Our city was once the beacon that cities all over the nation used to turn to when they wanted to start a supplier diversity program or they wanted to enhance the one that they had. They would say, get that document from Atlanta and let's build off of that. I was a part of a process that had to be bid 4 times in 3 years because of various and sundry improprieties in that procurement department. Poor communication. We were deemed unresponsive along with others and never notified of that fact until later. It was clear that they wanted someone else one time, but we just weren't going to sit by for that. You need to understand that all friendships and relationships are not conflicts. People in a city like Atlanta who are lobbying and working and trying to get work are going to come to meet and greets, and they're going to know each of you individually. For you to be acquainted with someone or have them as a friend is not a problem. For that friendship to influence the outcome of a contract is. So I want to make it clear that we're not trying to say that there should not be friends in this space, because that exists. It's part of the process. So saw a historic committee vote last week where 5 members of the committee abstained. And a piece of legislation came before you with 1 positive vote, which I've never seen in 20 years of calling on you. So I'm asking you to send those 3 pieces back so that they can be filed, so that you can have an appropriate process that is fair and equitable and open to all of the right parties. And the unreadiness that members expressed in committee last week should keep you from moving those things forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Nasir Warsama. Next will be Ken Roebling. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Today is the last full council meeting of this very horrible year. After watching a heated discussion in the Transportation Committee this week, I realize you are very involved with how the mayor and his assets management team are conducting business. This is a very good sign for the taxpayers of Atlanta. As I rode into downtown this morning, I noticed quite a few homeless people camped out on the street on MLK. I guess the mayor is having trouble finding a place for the homeless shelters that he wants to build. He might be waiting for a better time to do it. Keep watching for the legislation that will build these shelters. I am sure the mayor wants to get it done in the next year. Got another page here. Okay, happy holidays and happy new year to you. And hopefully 2025 will be a better year than this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Brooks Payne. Next will be Larry Anthony. Next will be Ron Shakur. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, Ron Shakir. Beautiful. Southwest Atlanta. My father moved to Atlanta, and we got the word from upstate New York that we were moving to Atlanta. And the first place we landed was on Haldane. That's off of Peyton Road. In landing there, I was like, wow, I haven't seen much suburban population with a high presence of African Americans in these type of housing. So Atlanta was always a special place. I My family came up in a rural area of Alabama. My father was oldest of 12 children. So we seen housing. We seen grandmama houses and great-grandmama housing. We know what they look like, and we know what they housed and how they maintained. Still owners of most of that property. But what gets me is the progress of Atlanta that my father saw and that we all saw, and that a lot of people who came to Atlanta that made Atlanta the Mecca, was somewhat discouraging now. Yeah, we saw the job and the businesses. We saw the airport. There was friends of mine who have retired, done well at some of these here corporate places. But we have also seen, and I've heard it up here before I got here, is a displacement of residents. It's an Atlanta that I just heard about a couple weeks ago when somebody painfully told me, tearfully told me, that their one-bedroom that they were seeking to find was over $1,100 a month. Not only that, I made notice of that to someone just a couple days ago. They said $1,100 is much higher now. How did we get here? When I think about Maynard Jackson, when I think about Shirley Franklin, it was a progressive leadership that was shaping the country about urban and about African-American leadership and how that leadership was shaping a new horizon. Well, right now you can't hardly find a one-bedroom apartment in some areas, a lot of areas that used to be African-Americans, from Bankhead to Ben Hill. My father, I told you, I think I said that my mother retired from Kmart. Lovely, beautiful cashier. How she balanced that book every day, balanced that cash register. She loved her job. But the fact is that our Atlanta now is shipping people and shaping people out of this city. And we're going to call for gentrification plan. We're going to call for a belt line. What the hell is a belt line? What does a belt line do for housing? What do a belt line do for residents in the city except make it unaffordable or gentrify it? Would mean there's a higher income of presence. But you know what's lacking? You know what's peeling from the presence? Elementary schools. 6-year-old girls and boys going to elementary schools. The population is decreasing. There's not a lot of demand for public elementary schools, and no accommodation for them much. People are moving here with no children, across the street, all over the place. Atlanta matters. Our communities matters. The idea that a person can go to an elementary school in Southwest Atlanta and go to a middle school and finish high school, all within the same community. Well, it's not like that no more. Mothers are finding a hard place to rent $1,000 a month. Gentrification is not a beautiful thing. It's not a word that I heard some of my dear council persons or some of the friends I have up in here. They want to put gentrification in the name of a project. It's a shame of a project. Gentrification is pushing affordable housings out. Where can we live? Where's where you have gotten elected, some of y'all? What's the future of those citizens and those mothers and fathers being able to have representation? Gentrification is beautiful. A gentrification trail, the Beltline. What does the Beltline bring to Atlanta? Except a reputation, a message that was said here on the news at this council that the Beltline was the highest public project in America. Lord save us. The Beltline is the highest economic project. We had other barriers to cross. We had greater places to achieve of equity and right in housing before a Beltline is the most shameful thing that you can tie your name to. The fact is that the residents of this city, the children of this city, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school need stable housing. And we're gonna tear down public housing at the time when people was cleaning them up and making them good. We're gonna tear it down. Shame. The new Atlanta is a just Atlanta and not a gentrified Atlanta.
Thank you. Next will be Abraham Khalil, Tariq Cooper, Akil Wilborn, Kristen Konenman, sorry if I mispronounced that, Konenman, John Stopp, you have up to 2 minutes. Jordan.
Good afternoon. Atlanta, Georgia, the city too busy to hate, but are we so busy that we can't stop and acknowledge and correct what has been such an obvious example of wrongdoing? On October 4th, 2024, Councilmember Liliana Bakhtiari assaulted an Oakland Cemetery guard. She then used her influence to have him fired and barred from working on all City of Atlanta properties. This action is highly unethical and a clear abuse of power. I find this behavior appalling and unacceptable, and I am calling on the council to censure Liliana Bakhtiari for her actions. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. On October 4th, at the end of Martin Luther King Jr. Drive Southeast in Atlanta, Georgia, a police officer responded to Oakland Cemetery because a councilwoman got robbed. But a councilwoman wasn't robbed, and it was Mr. Montfort, the cemetery guard, who ended up being robbed of his dignity and livelihood. I am deeply troubled by the council's refusal to acknowledge Liliana Bakhtiari's wrongdoing in this matter, and I sincerely hope that this behavior is not further condoned by silence and inaction. And with my remaining time, I passed one of her staff members on the way in. I've seen her acting like business as usual on her Instagram account. The last time she was in that seat, we had a little back and forth. And as far as I know, she's still on the job, and I would like to see her back in here and answer for what happened that night. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Jihad Hill. Next will be Sandra Lee Williams. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, President Shipman, and good afternoon, council people. I stand here before you to talk just a little bit about the OIG's office and some of the implications. As you know, many of the city employees for Atlanta are represented by our labor affiliates. The concern to me is when you have an inspector general that comes about or comes across and doesn't allow for that representation. That's concerning. And it should be concerning for all of you because that is a protection that our relationship with the city is afforded to employees. The second part of my comments have to do with, while I respect the integrity and transparency in city government and feel that the OIG may have a very good place in some aspects of our city government, I believe that the charter needs to be reviewed and where necessary changes need to be made to have specific impact on what's going on now. Right now, it seems as if the guardrails are off and that there is no specific intent, but that there is a free-wielding, I go and I ask and I do whatever I need to do, but to what intent? Once you have employees that are afraid that their cell phones are being monitored, there is no representation with them, and they have labor representation, is concerning. So again, I ask that you look at the charter, because there are many charters. Within our charter, there are many different things that have been appealed, have been modified over the years. I don't say that this is a bad issue. I do say it requires change, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next will be Valerie Anderson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Valerie Lenz Anderson. And I would like to address Councilman Boone for trying to get someone to talk to me from GBI, which I stated to you that someone did. So I thank you very much for that. But it took a Detective Calvin Thomas to get that done for me, which I think is shameful, like I said to you before. It should not take a detective to do the chief of police and the assistant chief of police job. It shouldn't take a detective to do that. But it was done, and I greatly appreciate your efforts in doing that. My next question is to you, Councilman Boone, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Faroki, to get in touch with APD to find out what's their next step. Because I would hope it won't take 3 months for somebody to get in touch with me. And I would like also for you to get in writing or any kind of communication that they would be reaching out to me, be in writing. Because at this point, I don't trust anything that they're saying at all. When I left here, the last time I was here, I was very hurt. I was very hurt. I left here and I felt so disrespected and deflated. That's how I left here, to the point where when I got home, I had a serious headache. You know, and I shouldn't feel this way. And like I said before, I'm not here to beg for justice for my son. I'm going to get justice for my son. However long it takes, I'm going to get justice for him. Because as you stated, Councilman Bond, I needed that conversation that we had. That's how hurt I was, and you made me feel better. You made me feel better because I am my son's voice right now. I am my son's voice. Melvin Potter took his voice, but I'm his son, I'm his voice now. And I'm going to represent my son at any cost. At any cost. So, with that said, I need to know what Atlanta Police next step is. Because again, jurisdiction or no jurisdiction, the point is, my son was murdered by Melvin Potter. My son was murdered by Melvin Potter. It's not an if. There's clearly not an if. So if the police report is saying that Melvin Potter did say he is the one that shot and killed my son, and it's a homicide, I mean, what more do you need? Melvin Potter should have never been a police officer. Like I said before, he joined the force in 2015. By 2018, he had issues. And I believe if the APD had did their job, my son would be alive today. That's not a question either. My son would be alive today. So for that reason, I need to know, would like to know, and again, I'm asking you all, Councilman Boone, Bond, Councilman Lewis, and Mr. Farouk, Councilman Farouki, and I'm asking the three of you because you ask the hard questions that I can't ask and that I can't get. So that's the reason why I'm asking for you all to do the hard lifting.
Thank you. Time has expired.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Get off my-
Ms. Anderson, we will follow up on your request, and we'll ask the leadership of APD what is the new disposition on the situation with the officer. You're welcome.
Councilmember Lewis.
And Ms. Anderson, I want to make sure we're correct. The reason you asked us to ask in writing, you asked us to ask this in writing. I know at the last public safety meeting, you mentioned, I want to make sure I'm correct on the timeline. You mentioned that you reached out to the Citizens Review Board or a detective?
Yes, I did. I reached out, I went to the Citizen Board, yes, and I said what I said about my son and the case with Melvin Potter murdering my son.
And just to make sure, I know we've been, I apologize that we even, I hate that you got to come down here, that we're not just
I do too.
moving accordingly. But you said that, I know we've been asking the police department to communicate with the GBI for you, but you said in that last meeting that you were giving a number or a communication with someone with the GBI and you were able to communicate with someone in 3 days?
Like I said before, how it happened. I went to the meeting, and somebody named Brian Fleming gave me his card. He told me to, which was on Thursday, and he told me to call him Friday after 1. I did so. So the number that he gave me, I called, and Detective Calvin Thomas answered the phone, and he told me that wasn't the number that I was supposed to call. So I explained to him the situation about, not being able to get in touch with GBI. So when I called the number, he told me if I didn't get anyone to ring him, to call him back. So I did call him back, and I told him that, I didn't get an answer. I had to get back to this number. So he said, so no one got in touch with you? I said, no. And he said to me, if nobody gets in touch with me by Wednesday, to give him a call back. So when he left a message on my phone saying somebody is supposed to get in touch with me. So by Friday, GBI Joe Clark called me. So what I'm saying is, if Darren Sherburne gets up here grandstanding for you all, and Assistant Chief Deputy Jason Smith gets up here grandstanding for you all, and the chief is over Detective Calvin Thomas, how is it that he gets GBI to call me in days when the chief of police couldn't do it in 3 months? Thursday.
I want to make sure we're clear right there.
My son died.
So the chief of police of the city of Atlanta we've been asking this council, this body, and you have been asking for communication or whatever was coming from the GBI for about 3 months.
Yes.
But within 3 days of you working with a deputy in the city of Atlanta, you got communication.
Brian Flemings, yes. He started the ball rolling for me as far as.
And I just want to make sure we're doing it on a trust thing. So I want to make sure, because you asked us to write a letter or write an email to the chief and ask that he do this in writing. So I want to make sure we know that's why she's asking we do it in writing. Because we've been talking during the public safety meeting, we've been asking for certain information from the GBI. Because I'm a black man from Atlanta. When the police kill a black man from Atlanta, we got to get loud.
Very loud. And
We've been getting loud. So we've been getting loud, and you mean to tell me we've been asking the chief of police for 3 months, and we haven't gotten anything. But you, the mother of the victim.
Devon Anderson Jr., who was murdered by Melvin Potter.
So that's why you're asking us to put it in writing, because you want to make sure that the black folks up here, you want to make sure these folks up here want to make sure they're actually doing it, right? Because you don't trust it.
No, I have no confidence.
Okay. I just want to make sure. I will send my email to the police in writing, and I will be asking. I'm asking right now on TV, and I'll also be sending an email in writing. Hopefully, my colleagues, the two that you asked, will be working with me on this. We'll be sending an email with the hopes that we can get the same kind of intention that you put on. You shouldn't be trying to solve you shouldn't be.
That's what I feel like.
Thank you
That's
again.
exactly what I feel like. So that's why I'm asking Mr. Bond, you, Mr. Lewis, and you, Mr. Faroki, for asking the hard questions, and I thank you very much. But yeah, I shouldn't play detective for my son's murder, but I do appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
I just want to make sure it's happening.
Again,
Once
I do
again,
appreciate you talking with me and giving
And
me.
I know we're trying to build trust within the police department.
Well, I
and
have
the
none right
citizens.
now.
But I want to make sure they at least send that email at least, because she want to see it in writing because she does
I
not
do.
trust the phone calls.
I
Thank
do
you again.
everything that has anything to do with my son, that's coming to, that has anything to do with me also. I want it in writing, because it's very apparent that they got up here, stand up here, over and over there, saying that they was trying to get in touch with GBI. And it took a detective to get me to get to talk to the GBI. So what does that say?
Yeah, I can't sit on my hands on this. I appreciate you so
hope
much
not,
for coming down here and thank you again.
Please, I would hope not. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Dr. DeJuan Robinson. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 10 minutes.
President Shipman, before we start, can we give a moment of silence for Ms. Helen, the original owner of Bankhead Seafood? She passed away this morning. Thank you. As we sit here today, this is the last full council of the 50th year of Maynard Jackson. And me being a political scientist and a true student and a native son of Atlanta, I love in which Maynard created Atlanta in the way he did it. Some people wouldn't like everything Maynard did. Some people wouldn't like everything Andrew Young did, Shirley Franklin, Bill Kimball, Kasim Reed, Keisha Lansbottom, now Mayor Andre Dickens. But what I would like is that for council to acknowledge that we, the city of Atlanta and the council, created the OIG office. Seems like when people don't like being investigated, everybody's coming down here hammering the OIG. However, council created the office of the Inspector General. I think we need to be adults and have conversations with the OIG office, council who created it, and the mayor's office, because the more they send people, let me reframe that, the more people come down here and attack her, and the more the mayor's office and some council members feel like they're being attacked, we're not gonna get anywhere. One thing that I don't like, and I don't care how much I disagree with anyone, I didn't like Councilman Juan didn't speak out one time. I expressed that. When Santana told me his mother passed away, I wanted to be out there to pay my respect with him. I expressed my concern about Mr. Faroki several times on transportation. When he seen me in public, he told his little baby girl, hey, that's Dr. Warren Robinson, baby, speak to him. That's humanity. It's not personal. It's humanity. Matthew Westmoreland, you graduated with Teach for America, which necessarily means that if you teach in an inner black city, your loans are forgiven. However, you have stayed the course at Carver all these years, pouring into these young black kids, and you still there doing it. I respect stuff like that. I may disagree with you up here, but I respect that. I don't care what you do or who you are, or what you stand for. I respect the human side of you. I respect that. I look at the mayor of New York being arrested for corruption. A friend of mine who worked for the mayor of Mississippi just got locked up for that. We have to be so careful when it comes to corruption. So many people may didn't like how Kasim was probably an asshole. Didn't like how he operate. They wanted the man to go to jail, saying he was corrupt because a few people was arrested. We got to be so careful with that word. Even when a young lady at the airport filed a PTO on me, I still did not say the entire airport was corrupt. I didn't like how the mayor's office and other people on council didn't stand up. when I was falsely accused of that. But I would never say that the mayor office is corrupt. I would never say he's corrupt and he's doing corrupt things, because that is so dangerous. And Atlanta is a beacon of light out of everywhere in the world. There's no place like Atlanta. And we cannot keep having these black mayors and people want to whisper and say they corrupt. They corrupt. No, we can't do that, man. But we need to have a real conversation with the OIG office and the mayor's office and city council. I mean, for goodness sake, y'all created her. Y'all asked for her to come here. I don't care what anybody say who come here, the mayor office or the OIG. You guys got to make this right because you created her. When it comes to the Office of Procurement, we can't punish good, honest people who put their bids in and done their work because maybe the IPRO said that the Office of Procurement forgot something. That don't mean you hold me at fault. I bid it legitimately. I did a good job. You're gonna hold me at fault because maybe the office forgot to do something. Nobody is perfect, man. But we gotta get off around them because that airport is the most important engine in this city, man. It brings in the most revenue. It creates the most millionaires. I asked the former mayor one time, with a stroke of a pen, how many millionaires can you create in 4 years? This mayor told me 25. With a stroke of a pen, the mayor has the power to create 25 new millionaires. It's powerful. But one thing that those men and women who became millionaires on the Maynard, they forgot to pass the baton. It's a shame that our mayor, who took a lot of criticism making sure that black get 30%, when he left, not one of those men and women said, you know what, it's 40 of us, you made a millionaire. We'll give you $1,000 a month each. It's $40,000 a month, man. You ain't got to go nowhere, but not one. And I'm saying this to say, for each council and the mayor's office who listening, they might be your friend today because you done made them rich, but tomorrow when the new mayor in, that's who they loyal to. Because there's no way Maynard should have been going back to Chicago or in D.C. where he caught a heart attack and died at because he was going to look for a job, Councilman Bond. There's no way he should have been able to do that in this city where he created the model and the most black millionaires. Stood up to Sam Marcel and them boys in Buckhead and said, no, this is what we doing. That was very unpopular back then. But he also became mayor and made sure black and white and Jewish and gay and straight all work together. Screwed with affirmative action. He brought more black women in here and hired them. But we forgot and went where we came from. We got the money and we forgot to bring people back with us. We forgot, man. Man, we so unique, man. Out of any city in this world, man. Atlanta, man. Sometimes we got to be humane and just fess up to it and just deal with it. I'm tired of seeing this OIG council in the mayor's office, the union coming up here, picking on OIG. I can't attest to what they haven't done or what they are doing. I'm not even worried about the nuance of that. I'm saying, council, you guys got to step in and make this right. Because maybe the mayor's office and OIG not going to see eye to eye. But you guys got to make it right because you asked for this to come to Atlanta. And I'm just saying we have to be very careful. And this the public. And I'm for one that stand for what's right. But when you start talking about corruption and all this, even Maynard said, and here's the thing, we love Maynard. Maynard said, well, who else I supposed to get a contract to? My enemies? Yeah, my friends bid on it. If the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, hey, man, it happens everywhere. C.W. Matthews don't even have to bid on state contract. If something go down and there's a need, C.W. Matthews automatically get it. The state don't care who like it and who don't like it. There's not a bid. On the state level, a white woman is considered a minority. You think they give a darn about that? 1% of blacks get contract on the state level. They don't care about that. Come on, they don't care about that. But every time we get a black mayor And somebody might know the mayor and they get a contract, oh, he corrupt. Come on, man. Do you really understand how smart you gotta be and corrupt you gotta be to manipulate the process from the start until the mayor signs it? Come on, man, you gotta be a damn genius and bold and just very good. It ain't that easy. I do know a little bit about procurement. I worked in procurement down here. You can't do that, man. So we gotta just stop saying these things. Certain things slide through the cracks. Yeah, we need an OIG office. But with the parameters on how far they can go, you guys got to determine that. You created that. You guys did not go through the fine-tooth comb, Mr. Shook, Ms. Boone, Mr. Bond, Westmore. Y'all was on council. Y'all didn't go through it and say, hey, here's what you can't do, here's what you can do. Y'all didn't do that. So only you guys could make it right. And not listen to what people saying she is doing and she's not doing. Sit down, let's have a real conversation on how you guys want this to look. But to be throwing stuff out because people don't like what the procurement office is doing or not doing, or the mistakes, people are human, but to find fault in people that's been doing business at the airport or want to do business at the airport because of mistakes of a few, we can't do that, man. That process is corrupt. If we do that, that is the corrupt process. But to hold people at fault who fought hard and bid, sometimes when you spend $30,000 on a bid, Mr. President, man, that can bankrupt a small black company or a small white company. So we have to be very careful, man, when we be saying, throw this out or do this and don't do that, man. We have to be very careful. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Next is Beatrice Laura. Next is James Davenport. Next is Stephen Leibowitz. Next is Devin Barrington Ward. Due to yielded time, you'll have up to 8 minutes.
Good afternoon. Just as a point before I get into my remarks, it was an honor to stand on the dais today with Senator Fort. I started my work in the community, or fighting on behalf of the community at the Georgia State Capitol. And I had the opportunity to work with Senator Fort on several pieces of legislation, including HIV prevention and treatment legislation. And while Senator Fort is worthy of the honor and the distinction today, as all of the groups that receive proclamations today, it's important that those of us who are here for the people's business have the opportunity to be able to speak earlier on in the meetings. And so as you all are thinking about potential rule changes or ways that the meetings are formatted, if you speak with many of us who are here on particular issues of importance in the community, proclamations eat up a lot of time of the city council meetings. And it makes it hard for people to come down here. You hear so many names that were called that were not present because they had to leave. And those names represent people who have really important issues that they wanted to be able to speak to the council about before the end of the year. And so I think it was important that I note that. What's also important is that it is the holidays. And we regularly greet families and other people in our community and say happy holidays. There's no such thing as a happy holiday for the Anderson family. There's no longer a Merry Christmas for the Anderson family. There's no longer a Happy New Year for the Anderson family because their son is gone. Their son is gone because a dangerous, violent, drunk Melvin Potter, an employee of the Atlanta City Police Department, murdered her son on August 5th in a parking lot with his service weapon in the city of South Fulton. But make no mistake, this is also on the city of Atlanta because you employed him. He's still employed. You gave him that badge. You gave him that gun. You gave him his license to kill. So it is your responsibility. That is why we continue to be down here meeting after meeting, demanding answers as to why the City of Atlanta Police Department has not launched its administrative investigation that we believe would result in the termination of Mr. Anderson. Now, many of you all will say, well, that is something for the administration to do, and you are right. And very regularly, this body introduces resolutions to instruct the administration to take certain actions. Very regularly, this body introduces legislation or resolutions to urge the administration in particular departments to move in a particular fashion. And so what I am here today to find out is why no one on this council has introduced a resolution to urge the Atlanta City Police Department to launch its administrative investigation so that we can move forward with the termination of Melvin Potter. This is not 2020. This is not Rayshard Brooks. These aren't officers where this is their first time getting in trouble. Let's go down the list. In 2018, he had an investigation, an internal affairs investigation, where he was accused of beating up his girlfriend, who is also a police officer with APD. In that investigation, she had no signs of deception in her voice analysis done by internal affairs. Mr. Potter, however, had 2 signs of detection of trying to deceive the internal affairs investigators around his actions that night in 2018. Let's go to 2021, where he was pulled over driving over 100 miles per hour with his service weapon on the seat, a weapon that's provided by the City of Atlanta in our tax dollars, by a Coweta County deputy, where he was later found out to be drunk. Over 100 miles per hour, under the influence of alcohol, with his service weapon on the seat, using his badge to try and convince the deputy that he should not be arrested. He received a 2-week unpaid suspension, and that was it. And now let's fast forward to this year, where he took another man's life in the parking lot of a nightclub in South Fulton. Are we that desperate for police officers in this city, that is the type of standard that we have? Are we that desperate to meet the hiring goals that we hire anybody? Are we that desperate that standards go out of the window? Are we that desperate? This man was on probation when he shot Devon Anderson. Anybody else who's on probation and they shoot somebody, they're staying in jail. Where's Mr. Potter right now? At home, drawing a check, being able to plan his holiday with his family. But where's Valerie Anderson? She's down here, trying to lecture you all about what is right. That's not what she wants to do. She wants to be able to spend the holidays with her son. But she can't do that. And so what I want to know, because I have not received a clear answer, so Councilmember Lewis, Bond, Westmoreland, Overstreet, Faroki, anyone, if we could get a clear answer as to what is precluding APD from launching its administrative investigation that is totally separate from the investigation that the GBI is engaging in around the shooting. We are talking about the obstruction of justice charge that he received. We are talking about the previous DUI charges. We're talking about the fact that he violated his probation. We're talking about the fact that he didn't communicate with POST, the Peace Officer Standard Division for the state, around his shooting and the previous DUI. He's broken so many laws, so many rules, and yet the City of Atlanta is protecting him. Why? We're not going to honor Senator Vincent Fort on one day and then on the same day not be of that same spirit. We're not going to have all these quotes and clapping hands and this, that, and the third, because I've seen Senator Fort. And if Senator Fort was on council, he would be introducing that resolution right now. So what do you all say? Why? Where's the courage? I didn't win. Someone will be in this seat come January, and I'll be asking them the same question too. Because that's what leadership is about. Who is willing to lead? Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Puya Dianat. Due to yield to time, you'll have up to 4 minutes.
Thank you. I recently, last week, while it was Thanksgiving, had the opportunity to go back to Maryland and see my folks, and 10 hours in a car with 2 little kids will get you thinking about stuff. And heavy on my mind was a poem read by Councilman Lewis. It was called Because I Ain't Got a Pencil. It was a story about a young boy who, despite getting him and his little sister to school, despite all the odds stacked against him, was reprimanded by his teacher because he didn't have a pencil. Well, we're here because right now, in Southwest Atlanta, where I've had 2 businesses for over a decade, where I'm the president of Adair Park, we have that opportunity to get that kid that pencil and a hell of a lot more. The 3 decisions that need to come before you in the coming years are all critical in making sure we do that. We need to have transit that takes that $1,000+ a month cost of a car off a family. We need developments that have affordability with cost-prohibitive opt-outs for them. And we need hope for kids at every corner. We're so close to that in Adair Park. And our love for our neighbors doesn't stop at a line on a map. And it's thanks to so many of you and the work you do every day and the neighbors that are here and the MPUs that we're getting close. We have thoughtful commercial developers, Lee and White, Pittsburgh Yards, the work that's happening at One West End. We have Councilman Lewis and ATL DOT putting in a safe routes to school path for our kids. We're sitting in Beltline studies about rail stops in Southwest Atlanta. And we have nonprofits all along Murphy Avenue, LEAD, Art in the Paint, Soccer in the Streets, Bearings Bike Shop, telling kids you have hope. So I'm standing here for the little kids I've seen get moved out of Atlanta since 2020, the ones that used to bike by me. They've moved to Alabama because that's where their parents can afford a home. They've talked about going to Charlotte because they feel like that city's got it together. And there's no one in the world that should be comparing our city to Alabama or Charlotte. Thank you. So at this critical inflection point, every sliver of our city that we can plant the seed of hope, we do that. It's incumbent on y'all to do that. We can make Southwest Atlanta be what the rest of the city's been for so long, and it hasn't been. I bike there every day, and once you pass under that bridge for the connector, it's a different world. I need all of you. I need this village, and I'm thankful for this village that wants to fight to make sure that equity arrives in our city. This hoodie is from a friend in West End, and it says every piece counts. When we look at a map, know that every piece counts, every vote matters, every small ordinance matters, and I thank all of you, and I'm thankful for all of you that vote the right way consistently. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next will be Minister Ann Breeslove. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
Greetings, you all. It's just a blessing to be here in the house. And when we say we are blessed to be in the house of God, we are blessed. I see you all great faces, and you have a lot on your heart and mind. But I come here today to let you know that Jesus is real. And as I look at many of you on my Facebook, and you, Councilman Young, your grandson, I believe it is, we got to think about our next generation and what it's like and what it would be like, what they would have to go through. God has given you all in your hand, in your mind, in your heart, in your soul to do what's right. He gave me this verse this morning to read to you. And it's Psalms 25. It says, "In you, Lord my God, I put my trust. I trust in you. Do not let me be put to shame. Not let my enemies trump over me. No one who hope in you will even be put to shame. But shame will come on those who are without cause." Now, do we have cause? I'm listening at the people here in front of you all today. They have cause. And it's up to you, great people of God, to make a change in their lives. I love you. I know that you all have heard from me of my case when I was arrested in Atlanta. I spent millions of dollars in English Avenue. I lost my home. I left my children for 4 years. I almost died. I was a size 0. I couldn't help myself. And I was a wealthy woman. I wrote the program for HUD for Section 8. I put so many people in housing. And my family is Madam C.J. Walker Breedlove, who is the first Black millionaire. So I'm still looking that you all can give me justice, because God said, if you don't give this widow woman justice, He's going to give me justice.
Time is expired.
So I pray. I love you all, and God bless you, and happy holidays.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis.
I wanted to make sure I responded to Puya. Once again, I appreciate you and that poem. We always want to make sure I say, "Because I Ain't Got a Pencil" by Joshua T. Dickerson. It moves me. I read it every single day. It's an accurate depiction of my life growing up in the city of Atlanta. So I truly appreciate that. I wrote a few notes as you were talking, so I'm fully in support where we are. The one thing I wanted to make sure that we said is, I think the mayor gave us a pencil today. I think that this letter, if we follow it, if we believe it to be true, I think we're about to get a pencil to draw and build the city that we want to on the south side. And man, it's going to be a beautiful city. And I'm for Beltline Rail, so I'm excited about that as well. Thank you again.
Next up, we have Matthew Garbett. You have up to 2 minutes.
Hi, longtime listener, first-time caller. I'd like to mention that I have T-shirts from almost all of you, except for Howard Shook, which I think would be the unicorn in my T-shirt collection, if I could get that. Just seriously. I'll make it really quick. There's been a lot of talk about council privilege, and I understand the reasons and convenience and courtesy and politics behind it. But I believe that there are times when council makes legislation that applies to the city, and then council member says, not in my district, that is a time for council to represent the city and their principles. I also believe that there are times when the neighbors, the residents, the NPUs, all the relevant bodies recommend a particular course of action, that we're relying on everyone else on council to be the people that represent us. Sometimes, we think of ourselves as district members, but sometimes we have to be council members, and that's the end of it. Also, Councilmember Shook, if you can find one of those old T-shirts, you had to have made some at least the last time you really ran. You have one somewhere. I'm a size large. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Derek Blassingame. You'll have up to 2 minutes.
All right, so my turn to speak, Derek Blassingame. Just as a reminder to you Democrats, Trump won Georgia. Republicans won the state of Georgia. What has black women done for Derek Blassingame since my mother passed away in 2017? Soup kitchens, homelessness, sleeping under bridges, being arrested by the police, being criminally prosecuted and fighting for my life in the criminal justice system. What has black women done for Derek Blasingame? Now, I don't know what my great-grandmother did for me. I know what my grandmother did for me, and I know what my mother did for me, and aunts and cousins and things of that nature. But what has Atlanta black women done for Blasingame? What have you done for me? If you need a friend, call T.I. If you need a friend, call your homeboy. I saw your videos. Now, back to what I wanted to talk about today originally, the Office of Inspector General. What is wrong with investigating fraud, waste, abuse, and corruption? The state of Georgia does it every day. They mandate it. Only the guilty is afraid. If Human Resources had the gall to do what the Inspector General, notwithstanding the person who's in the office right now, because we're talking about the office, not the person. Separate the two. Because even if you remove her, somebody else has to come in there and do the job. So my question to you is, what is wrong with investigating fraud? If Human Resources had the gall to do it, there would be no need for OIG. But the fact that they came down here and blamed them for doing something wrong just proves that there needs to be an Office of Inspector General in this city, and it needs to be maintained. I want to remind you Democrats that Trump won Georgia. If you think you're going to use Derek Blasingame to negotiate with the Republican administration come January 20th, 2025, you a damn lie. If you think you're going to use me to get your stripes with Republicans, you a damn lie. Anything you want from the federal government beginning January 20th, 2025, you got to answer the question, what has black women done for Derek Blasingame? You're not getting anything. You understand me? The days of getting funding from the federal government with no strings attached to it is long gone. What you did to me and my family is a result of why Trump won Georgia. Those you forgot about in the wilderness and under the bridges and in the soup kitchen lines is a result of why we have Trump in office right now. You understand me?
Thank you.
Holla if you heard.
Finally today, we have Sanae Hobson. Sanae Hobson. Okay, that concludes public comment. I want to thank all the members of the public who came down to speak today. Next, we will move to the report of the journal. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and members of council. I, Corinne A. Lindo, Municipal Clerk of the City of Atlanta, do hereby certify that the minutes of the regular meeting held on Monday, November 18, 2024 are true and correct.
If there are no additions or corrections to the minutes, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Moved by Councilmember Lewis, seconded by Councilmember, who seconded? Shook. Any discussion on the motion to adopt the journal? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to adopt? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the journal carries. Next, we'll move to communications. Madam Clerk.
Mr. President, if I may take items 1 and 2 together.
Without objection, please proceed.
Item number 1 is 24C 5149. This is a communication from Dr. Michael Hodge, Executive Director, Atlanta University Center Consortium, Inc., submitting the appointment of Mr. Marcus Washington to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizen Review Board. His appointment is for a term of 3 years. Item number 2 is 24C 5150. This is a communication from Sagra Jones, President, Atlanta Planning Advisory Board, submitting the appointment of Mr. Shane Morin, Jr. to serve on the Atlanta Citizen Review Board in the Neighborhood Planning Unit Group G to L category. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Staff recommendation for both items is to refer to Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee and Committee on Council.
Let both items follow that course.
Item number 3 is 24C 5151. This is a communication from Municipal Clerk, Election Superintendent Corinne Lindo, submitting their certification of official and complete statement of votes cast from the Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections, and the final summary and complete statement of votes cast from the DeKalb County Registration and Elections for the City of Atlanta Post 3 at-large special election held in conjunction with the presidential preference primary on November 5th, 2024. Staff recommendation to accept and file.
Let the item follow that course.
That concludes the communication items, Mr. President.
Thank you. Is there any vetoed legislation?
There is none.
We have one piece of unfinished business, 24-R-4290. This was held in the breast of council from the last meeting. Councilmember Winston.
Yes, Council President, I'd like to make a motion to refer back to committee.
There's a motion to refer this back to CDHS, correct? Back to CDHS committee by Councilmember Winston, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent. 12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer to CDHS carries. We will now move to the consent agenda, section 1. These are items that begin on page 5. They are items for second reading. Therefore, the appropriate motion will be to adopt. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to remove item 24-R-4542, claim.
That is on page 20, is that correct?
Correct.
25R-4542 will be removed. Any other items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 1? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt. Motion by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, with one item removed. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt the consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt with one item removed.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 11, Mr. Dozer? Oh, 12. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt the consent agenda, section 1, carries. Next, we'll move to the consent agenda, section 2.
I need to send
Oh,
some stuff.
sorry. Councilmember Shook, you have some post-haste items.
Yes, as usual, and they are 24-01669, that's item 10, page 7, 24-01675, item 14, page 8, 24R-4522, item 4, page 14, and 24R-4530, item 5, page 15. The motion is to send to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to send 4 items, O-1669, O-1675, R-4522, and R-4530 to the mayor's office post haste. Is there any discussion on the motion to move these items post haste? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to move post haste.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste on these 4 items carries. Next, we will move to the consent agenda, section 2. These are items that begin on page 30. They are for first reading, therefore the appropriate motion will be to refer. But first, let me ask, are there any items to be removed from the consent agenda, section 2? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to refer. Moved by Councilmember Wan, seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer the consent agenda, section 2.
One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries. We will now move to the report of standing committees. First up today will be Transportation. Chair Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first item that come before us is item number 3, page 33, 24-R-4541. There's a need to, we have an updated iPro report on this, so there's a motion to amend. I need to make a motion to amend it and add the new iPro report, so motion to amend. Correct. This one. Yeah, I'm going backwards.
So 24-R-4541 came before us favorable as amended, so it automatically has a motion to adopt. So Councilmember Amos is making a motion to amend to add the iPro report. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to amend? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to amend carries.
Thank you, sir. So back to the amended item, which is 24-R-4541, an amended resolution by Transportation Committee as amended by the Atlanta City Council authorizing the mayor or his designee to award and execute an airport concessions lease agreement in response to the RFP listed concessions retail package on Concourse T and B of Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with ATL P3R2 Concessions LLC and for other purposes. This comes with a favorable recommendation. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt as amended by Councilmember Amos. Is there a second?
Second.
Probably doesn't need a second, but we'll do it anyway. Councilmember Overstreet, second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. During committee, I raised a number of questions about the iPro report findings, and I appreciate the updated version, which was hopefully everyone has gotten a chance to look at it. There were 3 in particular that procurement added additional clarifying remarks on, which gets me comfortable with this paper, so I'm going to support it. However, I do want to signal to procurement and the user agencies that we are looking at these iPro reports. And I think it is important, number one, that when you're going through the process that you've got to be as thorough and detailed as possible, so as not to, as was discussed in committee, put council in a position where we have to cast judgment on the integrity of the process. I don't think that's really should be our role when a lot of these are really just a little more care during the procurement process and the analysis would prevent all that. The second piece that is also, once the iPro report comes out, I am going to ask procurement to be the level of detail that you provided this time should be the level of detail that you provide always. Because as we talked about in committee, kind of incomplete responses or not enough detail, I fear opens the city up to challenges on procurements, and that's the last thing we need right now. Procurement has made a lot of progress over the last couple of years in tightening up that this seems inconsistent, and hopefully with these signals that we're sending to you, y'all will take note and again make this as clean as possible. I think there's heightened interest in this because of recent audit reports around the data and the analysis that we have around our contracting process, particularly contract compliance. So we just got to make sure everything is as tight as possible from soup to nuts, starting with the procurement process all the way to contracting and the numbers after it. So again, I appreciate the updated information. I am going to support this, but I do send those watchwords over to the administration. Thank you.
Councilmember Overstreet.
Thank you, President Shipman. Agreed with Councilmember Juan on every note, actually. I'd also like to add that going forward, everyone can expect the kickoff of the procurement task force. It will happen starting in January 2025. So I will be coming to council to ask for a new sunset date because we are at a place now where there are no other reasons to not get started on that. So we'll start on that January 2025. And so agreed. And that's why I feel comfortable supporting these legislations today, because I do feel that our voices were heard last week. Council is not in the business of arbitrating. We're certainly not in the business of mediating, and we're not in the business of procurement or complex contract compliance. We're legislators. So with that being said, thank you.
Councilmember Lewis.
Similar to then, still quoting my colleagues, I agree with my colleagues right now. Thank you for this extra piece of information that we got from the iPro report. Once again, when we have a lot of experience behind this dais, and sometimes I want to quote my colleagues when they see different things happening. We do not want to be in this business whatsoever. It felt very new to me. And so thank you again for giving us more information on this with the hopes that we won't have to go through this again. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt as amended this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt 24R4541 as amended.
The vote is open.
Councilmember Boone. Councilmember Boone's an aye.
Vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next item is item number 2 on the same page, 3324-R-4540, an amended resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to award and execute an airport concessions lease agreement in response to the RFP listed concessions retail on Concourse T, A, and C at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with ATL P3R1 Concessions LLC and for other purposes. Comes out of committee favorable. Make a motion to adopt.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24R4540. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to adopt carries.
Last item is item number 1, page 33, 24-R-4539. Amended resolution by Transportation Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee to award or execute an airport concessions lease agreement in response to the RFP listed concessions hybrid package on Concourse A, B, and C at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport with Paradise Le Grande at ATL 2004-HYB LLC and for other purposes. Comes out of committee favorable. Motion to adopt.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4539. It does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Ends my report.
Thank you. Next up will be Finance Exec Committee. Chair Shook.
Thank you. Our first item is 24-0-1666. This is an ordinance by Ms. Collier Overstreet, substituted by Finance Exec, providing for the issuance during FY25 of $4 million in aggregate principal amount of City of Atlanta general obligation bonds for various purposes, pursuant to and in accordance with an amendment to the Constitution of the State of Georgia ratified by the general election held on November 5th of 1968 and proclaimed by the Governor of the State of Georgia on December 13th of 1968, and for other purposes. This requires a public hearing that was advertised for this meeting, and so I will move to open the public hearing.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Wan to open the public hearing. Is there any discussion? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to opening a public meeting? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion passes. We now stand in public hearing.
And has anyone signed up to speak? Has anyone signed up to speak?
No.
All right, there being no one having signed up, I'll move to close the public hearing.
There's a motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Lewis to close the public meeting. Is there any discussion on the motion to close the meeting? The public meeting? Public hearing. Thank you, Mr. Parliamentarian. The public hearing. We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to closing the public hearing? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent on the motion.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to close the public hearing carries. We are now back in our regularly agenda meeting.
All right, this was sent by the committee favorable on substitute pending the public hearing, so that's the motion.
There's a motion to adopt 24-0-1666 coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
One moment. The vote is open.
Yeah, I appreciate it. That's fine.
Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 yays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. 24C 5145 is a communication from Daniel Hampton, Chair of the Audit Committee, submitting the performance audit on ATL 311. Motion is to accept and file.
Motion coming out of committee to accept and file 24-C-5145. It doesn't need a second. Any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to accept and file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
Thank you. 24R 4439 is a resolution by Ms. Boone authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute a contractual agreement for a sole source with MetLife for the purpose of providing PTSD coverage for first responders, crime technicians, and E911. This annual contract will be funded in an amount not to exceed $469,612.00. Annually, all contracted benefits will be charged to and paid from the sources indicated. Motion is to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-4439 does not need a second.
Oh, yeah.
Any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Yeah, I neglected to make a motion to send the baby bond ordinance to the mayor's office post haste, which I'll make now.
So motion by Councilmember Shook, seconded by Councilmember Juan to send 24-0-1666 to the mayor's office post haste. Any discussion on the motion to move this post haste? We do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection, the motion to move post haste. Madam
12
Clerk.
yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Lastly, 24R 4521 is a resolution by Mr. Farokhi, substituted by Finance Executive, establish the Artificial Intelligence Commission for the purpose of exploring the benefits, opportunities, and challenges of the use of AI in city government and for other purposes. This comes forward favorably on substitute. There was one abstention.
Motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-R-4521 does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Juan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I will be abstaining on this as one of the appointments is with my employer, Emory University. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 1 abstention.
11 yeas, 1 abstention. The motion to adopt carries.
That's all.
Thank you. Next up will be the Committee on Council. Vice Chair Amos will give the report today.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's a need to enter into committee of a whole, so I make a motion to do so.
Motion by Councilmember Amos to move into Committee of the Whole. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Bond. Any discussion on the motion to move in the Committee of the Whole? We can do this for unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now in Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. There was a misunderstanding about an item that was on the agenda that should have been on the agenda. So since the person did appear before the correct committee, we just want to honor their time to correct that and move them forward. So this is 24-C-5137, a communication from Elizabeth Cole, Chair of the Beltline Network Incorporated, submitting the appointment of Mr. David Hamilton to serve on the Atlanta Beltline Tax Allocation District Advisory Committee. His appointment is for the term of 2 years. Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Hillis to approve 24-C-5137. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve this item? This is a communication we do via unanimous consent. Is there any objection to the motion to approve this item? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. Make a motion to come out of committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos, seconded by Councilmember Hillis to come out of committee of the whole. Is there any discussion to the motion to come out of committee of the whole? We do this via unanimous consent. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent to come out of committee of the whole.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion carries. We are now back in our regularly agenda meeting.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, make a motion to accept all actions taken while in committee of the whole.
There's a motion by Councilmember Amos to adopt all the actions while undertaking the committee of the whole. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Bond. Any discussion on the motion to approve the actions of committee of the whole? We can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to approving the actions from the committee of the whole? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept the actions carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. If there's no objection, I'd like to take items 1, 2, and 3 as a block.
Without objection, please proceed.
Thank you. The first item is 24-C-5141, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Dr. Alan Ferguson to serve as a member of the Housing Commission. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Next item is 24-C-5143, a communication from Mayor Andre Dickens appointing Mr. Jim Wright to serve as a member of the Atlanta Citizens Review Board. This appointment is for a term of 3 years. Next item is 24-C-5144, a communication from Council President Doug Shipman appointing Mr. Antoine Lang to serve as a member of the Solid Waste Appeals Board. This appointment is for a term of 4 years. All three of these come out of commission favorable. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt these 3 items, C-5141, C-5143, and C-5144. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to approve these items? We do this via unanimous consent because they're all communications. Any objection? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to approve these items carries.
Thank you, sir. Next item is 24-C-5148, a communication as substituted by Committee on Council from the temporary task force charged with reviewing the processes and procedures of the Office of the Inspector General, the Ethics Office, and the Governing Board of the Office of the Inspector General, and for Ethics Office submitting the report of the temporary task force pursuant to Resolution 24-R-4304 come out of committee recommendation to accept and file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to accept and file 24-C-5148. It does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to accept and file this item? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. It's communication. Any objection to the motion to accept and file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to accept and file carries.
Okay, Mr. President, I have the final one, 24-O-1684, an ordinance by Committee on Council to establish the salaries for the mayor, city council president, and members of members of council for the term of office beginning January 2026 and for other purposes. Make a motion to refer this back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilor Amos to refer 24-O-1684 back to COC, I'm assuming. Councilor Amos. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilor Hillis. Is there any discussion on the motion to refer? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to refer this item.
One moment,
Back
please.
to COs, back to Committee on Council.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to refer carries.
That ends my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be the Zoning Committee. Chair Westmoreland.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, without objections, items 1 and 2 can be taken as a block.
Please proceed.
24-O-1447, item number 1 is a text amendment to amend certain provisions of the sign ordinance for the purpose of clarifying restrictions on freestanding signs. Item number 2 is 24-O-1480. It's a text amendment. The ordinance is to amend the zoning ordinances to extend the boundaries of the Campbellton Road overlay from Honeysuckle Lane Southwest to Lee Street Southwest. The recommendation out of committee is to adopt.
So motion coming out of committee to adopt O-1447 and O-1480. It does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to adopt these 2 items? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
One moment. One moment, please. This is zoning. They need to see. One moment. The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items carries.
Item number 3 is 24-1033. It's Z2288, 1640 Flat Shoals Road. The ordinance is to rezone from R4 to PDH. The recommendation out of the committee is to adopt as amended. I'm going to make a substitute motion after speaking with the Council 5 office to refer back to committee.
There's a motion by Councilor Westmoreland to refer this item back to the zoning committee. Is there the second? Seconded by Councilor Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to refer this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to refer? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. Motion to refer back to zoning carries.
Without objection, we can take items 4 through 9 as a block.
Please proceed.
24-1446, Z2460, it's 583 Garson Drive Northeast. It's to rezone from C2 CBL to SPI 15 SA4 CBL. Item number 5 is 24-1492, Z2456, 1529, 1539 Carlisle Street Northwest is to rezone from R4A WPIZ to MR2 WPIZ. Item number 6, 24-1514, Z2472, 1029 McDaniel Street is to rezone from R4B to R4LC and modify the official zoning map. Item number 7, 24-1518, Z2474, 2342 Barge Road Southwest is to rezone from MRC2C to MR3C. Item number 8, 24-1557, Z2462, 345 Mount Zion Road Southwest is to rezone from R4 to R4A. And item number 9, 24-1559, Z2464, 103 Haygood Avenue Southeast is to rezone for a change of conditions. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as amended.
There's a motion to adopt these items as amended coming out of committee. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt these items as amended? Hearing none, we move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt these items as amended.
One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt these items as amended carries.
Next up is item number 10, 24-1481, Z2466, Historic West End Adair Park Special Public Interest District. The ordinance is to amend the zoning ordinance to designate data centers within a half mile of high-capacity transit stops as a permitted use in SPI 21 Subarea 9. The recommendation of the committee is to adopt as amended.
So moved to file.
There's a motion coming out of committee to adopt as amended. Is there any discussion on this item? Councilmember Lewis.
Yeah, I would like to file the legislation.
Councilmember Lewis is offering a motion to file. Is there a second? Seconded by Hillis. Any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the
One
motion
moment.
to file.
Yes. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to file carries.
Next up, without objection, items 11 through 15 can be taken as a block.
Please proceed.
24O-1078, Z2389, 1532 Finley Street Northeast is to rezone from R5C to RG2. Item number 12, 23O-1172, Z2328, 1241 Metropolitan Parkway Southwest. This ordinance is to waive the distance requirements for an existing service station. 23O-1220, U2307, 3804 Roswell Road Northeast. Ordinance is for a special use permit for an athletic field, pickleball courts. 23O-1220, U2307 is what I just read. Next up, 24O-1326, U2416, 383 Cativo Drive Southwest. This ordinance for a special use permit for a personal care home. 23O-1486, Z2358, 1083 Austin Avenue Northeast. The ordinance is to authorize the removal of a privately owned sign and its supporting structure to permit an animated flashing and changing sign. The recommendation of the committee is to file these items.
Recommendation coming out of committee to file these 5 items. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file these 5 items.
One moment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
Finally, we have 2 items for first read that can be taken with a block. 24O-1679 is corrective legislation to amend 24O-1251, and item number 17 is 24O-1683. It's corrective legislation to amend 24O-1425. I make a motion to refer to the ZRB and zoning committees.
There's a motion to refer by Councilman Westmoreland, seconded by Councilmember Hillis. These 2 items to ZRB and zoning. Any discussion on the motion to refer these 2 items? Hearing none, we move to vote. We can actually do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to refer these 2 items to ZRB and zoning? Madam Clerk, please sound the count of unanimous consent.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to refer carries.
Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes our report.
Thank you. Next up will be Public Safety Legal Administration, Chair Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item 124-0-1600, an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta and the Department of Parks and Recreation to retroactively reinstate agreement IFBS 1220215A on the call post recreation to retroactively on-call post-certified officers with Cloverhurst Aaron JV to enter into a first renewal option for 1 year, commencing on November 1st, 2024, and ending on October 31st, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000.00 to continue providing security needs at the various parks and recreation sites, to waive all ordinance and parts of the ordinance in conflict herewith, to ratify all actions taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of expiration of the agreement and for other purposes. A resolution by City Utilities Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to enter into agreements with Keep America Beautiful in partnership with Keep Atlanta Beautiful Commission and AT&T in connection with this agreement in an amount not to exceed $30,000.00 for a beautification project along Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, adjacent to Mosley Park, and for other purposes. Motion to adopt.
There is a motion coming out of committee to adopt 24-0-1600. It does not need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Okay, their vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention.
10 yeas, 1 nay, 1 abstention. Councilor Bond, explain the extension. Go ahead.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. President. This will be an odd explanation for my vote. I do not have a conflict of interest. I spoke with the ethics officer last Monday, and I will quote that conversation. I asked her if I had a conflict based upon a plot that I'd learned about for someone to file an ethics complaint against me based on a personal relationship I have with someone who is involved in this company. And her response was this, and I'm quoting our ethics officer, Ms. Jabu: "I would recommend that you abstain from the vote out of an abundance of caution and to avoid the appearance of impropriety, even though there is no conflict because there is no financial and personal benefit. That would be my advice," and I responded that I would comply. So that's the reason for my abstention today.
Councilor Amos?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'm sorry. I need to change my vote on this item. So do I need to do a motion to reconsider, or is it too late to change my vote? Motion to reconsider? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Councilor Amos, you can move the reconsideration. Actually, Councilor Bond, you can't just because you abstained. So it has to be on the,
No. Yes.
okay, so you can make the motion to reconsider, Councilor
Yes.
Amos?
Motion to reconsider?
Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Councilor Bond, you can second. Any discussion on the motion to reconsider, or the motion to reconsider is not? Oh, we can debate it. Is there any discussion on the motion to reconsider? Hearing none, we can move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to reconsider.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Oh, Ms. Boone? Yeah, 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to reconsider carries. Give us just one moment. We're looking at the caption here.
Item number 24-0-1600, an ordinance by Public Safety and Legal Administration Committee authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the City of Atlanta and the Department of Parks and Recreation to act retroactively reinstate Agreement IFB S1220215 on call post-certified officers with Cloverhurst Air and JV to enter into the first renewal option for 1 year commencing on November 1st and ending on October 31st, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $1,500,000.00 to continue providing security needs at the various parks and recreation sites, to waive all ordinances and parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, to ratify all actions taken by or on behalf of the city since the date of expiration of the agreement and for other purposes. Motion to adopt.
So just as a point of clarification, we Councilmember Boone was handed incorrect caption and that was read in. And so this is the correct caption that has just been read in. What I would like to do is have a motion to amend to this via unanimous consent. That way we're all on the same correct caption. This is the caption that's actually on your agenda. And so this is simply making sure that we are talking about the thing that was on the agenda. So I would accept a motion to amend to use this caption. Thank you, Councilmember Bond. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to amend? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Is there any objection? We do this via unanimous consent. Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent on the motion to amend.
12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. So we're now reconsidering the amended, right? We're back in a posture to adopt. So is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Amos.
Thank you to my colleagues for allowing me to change my vote on this as we move forward. Everyone knows this. We talked about it for several months now. Everyone from ownership to actually officers that probably will work inside this contract. I know it was I and Councilmember Bond and several of us who actually submitted the paper due to the park rangers. Lovely idea. It has been working wonders. My community love it. But for me, morally and personally, cannot stand on principle talking about how horrible our procurement process is and then just ignore this IPRO report that is attached to this. So that's why I would be voting against it. We need to fix our procurement process so this stuff like this, stuff we just voted on concessions, will cease to exist in the city of Atlanta. So just want to explain my vote. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? All right, hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? The vote is closed. 9 yeas, 2 nays.
9 yeas, 2 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Next item, 24.
Councilmember Bond?
Motion to send it to the mayor's office post haste.
There's a motion by Councilmember Bond to move this post haste. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Shook. Any discussion on the motion to move post haste? Hearing none, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to move post haste? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to move post haste carries.
Next item, 24-R-4542. Item pulled from the consent agenda for bodily injury alleged to have been sustained as a result of a vehicular accident on 2/16/2023 at Fairburn Road Southwest and Heritage Valley Road Southwest. Claim of Randall Reed and his attorney, the Harrow Firm, 3495 Piedmont Road. The department requests that this item be filed. The recommendation is to file.
Your motion is to file, correct? There's a motion by Councilmember Boone to file, seconded by Councilmember Wan. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to file.
The vote is open. Will everyone please vote? Will everyone please vote? The vote's closed. 11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to file carries.
This concludes my report, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up will be City Utilities. Vice Chair Shook.
Thank you. We have one item, 24-0-1596, item 1, page 59. It's an ordinance by City Utilities Committee authorizing the CFO to amend the FY 2025 Water and Wastewater Renewal and Extension Fund budget in the amount of blank to transfer funds from the watershed reserves for appropriations and add funds to the Custer Avenue Multi-Benefit Capacity Relief Project and for other purposes. The motion is to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 24-0-1596. It doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to file this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please, actually, we can do this via unanimous consent. Any objection to the motion to file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, motion to file carries.
That is all.
Thank you. Finally, today will be CDHS Chair Winston.
Thank you, Council President. We have two items. The first is 24-R-4426, a resolution by Community Development and Human Services Committee authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the City of Atlanta to accept a donation from Savannah College of Art and Design to the Department of Parks and Recreation, a mural to be painted on the tennis hitting wall located at the Bitsy Grant Tennis Center valued at approximately $3,000.00 and for other purposes. The motion out of committee was to file.
Motion coming out of committee to file 24-R-4426. Does not need a second. Any discussion on the motion to file this item? We can do this via unanimous consent without objection. Any objection to the motion to file? Madam Clerk, please sound the count on unanimous consent.
11 yeas, 0 nays.
11 yeas, 0 nays, motion to file carries.
Thank you. The next item is 24-R-4520, a resolution by Councilmember Andrea L. Boone authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $500,000.00 payable in 2 equal installments of $250,000.00 from the fiscal year 2025 budget and the fiscal year 26 budget to Raising Expectations, Inc., pursuant to the section listed of the City of Atlanta Charter to support the No Place Like Home capital campaign, to authorize the mayor or his designee to enter into a donation agreement which shall detail the actions of the Raising Expectations, Inc., to provide support for the No Place Like Home capital campaign, to authorize the chief financial officer to make the donation payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes. This came out of committee favorable with 3 yeas and 1 abstention. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion of committee to adopt 24-R-4520. Is there any discussion on, it doesn't need a second. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt.
The vote is open. The vote's closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays, the motion to adopt carries.
Thank you. This concludes my report.
Thank you. That concludes the reports of standing committees. Next, we'll move to personal papers for immediate consideration. We have 2. First up will be Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. M's number 37029, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone, Marcy Collier Overstreet, Dustin Hillis, Antonio Lewis, Michael Julian Bond, to request that the location of any emergency warming center operated by the City of Atlanta not be located within 1,000 feet of any public, private, or parochial school, to provide that for purposes of this request, a school shall not include any post-secondary institution, and for other purposes. Whereas a shelter is defined in the Atlanta Zoning Code at Section 16-29-0071 as a location that provides sleeping facilities and/or personal sanitation facilities. Whereas pursuant to Ordinance 08-01251, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on June 1st, 2009, and approved by the mayor on June 9th, 2009, the Atlanta Zoning Code was amended to require a special use permit to operate a shelter and to apply certain distance limitations thereto. And whereas pursuant to Ordinance 10-0-1238, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on February 21st, 2011, and approved by operation of law on March 2nd, the Atlanta Zoning Code was amended to clarify that these distance limitations apply equally to any city-owned or operated shelter facility or supportive housing facility as it does to any private facility. And whereas in requiring a special use permit for the operation of a shelter, as defined in the Atlanta Zoning Code, the location of any shelter must be decided by the council after public notice and hearing and recommendation by the Zoning Review Board. And whereas the City of Atlanta operates emergency warming centers, which open in city facilities, which are open when temperatures reach 40 degrees and lower. And whereas the City of Atlanta emergency warming centers do not meet the definition of a shelter in the Atlanta Zoning Code and are not subject to requirement that there will be a special use permit for the operation thereof. And whereas because A special use permit is not required for the operation of the City of Atlanta Emergency Warming Centers. The Atlanta City Council does not have an opportunity to decide the location thereof after public notice and hearing and recommendation by the Zoning Review Board. And whereas, due to receipt of concerns from the public and affected communities concerning the location of City of Atlanta emergency warming centers near public and private schools, it is the desire of the Atlanta City Council to request that the location of any emergency shelter operated by the City of Atlanta and located within 1,000 feet of any public, private, or parochial school. And whereas, for the purposes of this request, a school shall not include any post-secondary educational institution. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of Atlanta that the Atlanta City Council hereby requests that the location of any emergency warming center operated by the City of Atlanta not be located within 1,000 feet of any public, private, or parochial school. Be it further resolved that for this purpose of this request, a school shall not include any post-secondary institution. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith and hereby waived to extend of the conflict. Motion to adopt.
There's a motion to adopt Elms 37029 by Councilmember Boone. Is there a second? Second by Councilmember Overstreet. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Councilmember Faroki.
Thank you, Council President Shipman, and thank you, Councilmember Boone, for your paper. I appreciate your paper and the rationale motivation. I will need to vote against it. I have a shelter that is occasionally used, or a gym that's occasionally used in my district in Central Park that is within 1,000 feet of a Condesi school that the neighborhood actually likes to see as a warming shelter. And so I will vote against it, but on that reason, just because it impacts available facilities in my district.
Thank you, Council Member. I would like to ask for law to opine.
Good afternoon, Amber A. Robinson, City of Atlanta Department of Law. And upon researching this matter, it was determined that the warming center in your district, Councilmember Faroki, would not be within 1,000 feet of the nearest school. It would be over 1,000 feet. I can pull the exact number, but I do not believe upon researching this that that is the case for the warming center in your district.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Are we talking about the Central Park gym? Do you know what was looked at?
Central Park Recreation Center.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is what was looked at?
Yes.
Yes, the Central Park Recreation Center on 400 Merritt Avenue.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. Upon research, it was not within 1,000 feet of the nearest school.
Okay. I mean, I'm visualizing it. I have a hard time seeing that. I just want to make sure that facility can still be used because it is.
It will be used, and we researched it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion to adopt.
Is there any other discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to a vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt Elms 37029.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. That's 10 yeas, 1 nay.
10 yeas, 1 nay. The motion to adopt carries. Councilmember Dozier, would like to explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I just want to explain my vote real quick. The reason why I voted no is I have 3 recreation centers in my district. All 3 are within 1,000 feet of schools, and as we're looking at ways to make these locations into resiliency centers, into places where we can have folks go for any emergency situation, whether it's warming, whether it's cooling, whether it's a place to go after there's flooding. I want to make sure that that option remains on the table as we look to future-proof our city. So that's why I voted no, though I support my colleagues in their efforts to do what they can to make their community safer. So that's it.
Thank you. We have one more item for immediate consideration. Councilmember Dozier.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one item for immediate consideration today. That is Elms ID number 37011. A resolution by Councilmember Jason Dozier authorizing the mayor or his designee to add funding to RFP-C-1210-319A Kissburg Parker-Fry JV under contract RFP-C-1210319 under $250,000 for ADA and other improvements on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation in an amount not to exceed $201,000 and 0 cents for park lighting and ADA improvements at Windsor Street Park, and authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to make the payment from the account number listed herein to repeal 24-R-4203 and for other purposes. Whereas the City of Atlanta, through its Department of Parks and Recreation, enhances the lives of residents and visitors by the development, operation, and maintenance of the city's public parks and by offering recreational activities, leisure activities, and recreational programs throughout the city. And whereas DPR has identified a need for park lighting and ADA improvements at Windsor Street Park, located at 700 Windsor Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30310. And whereas Resolution 24-R-4203, adopted by the Atlanta City Council on October 21st, 2024, approved per City Charter Section 2-403 on October 30th, 2024, authorized transfer of funds from the City Council members moving Atlanta Forward account to the Department of Parks and Recreation rather than applying the funds to the account for RFP-C-12-1210319A under $250,000 for ADA and other improvements with Kissburg Parker Fry, a joint venture, in an amount not to exceed $201,000 and 0 cents for various improvements at Windsor Street Park. And whereas the Department of Parks and Recreation will continue with the improvements at Windsor Street Park by using the contract to repeal Resolution 24-R-4203. And whereas the District 4 Council member Jason Dozier desires to contribute $201,000 and 0 cents under the formal contract number RFP-C-1210319A under $250,000 for ADA and other improvements with Kissburg Parker Fry, a joint venture under contract to perform various improvements of park lighting and ADA improvements at Windsor Street Park. And whereas these improvements will enhance the benefits to the Atlanta families, children, and visitors who access Windsor Street Park, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, that the Chief Financial Officer or his designee is authorized to add funding to RFP-C-1210-319A under $250,000 for ADA and other improvements with Kissburg Parker Fry, a joint venture, on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation, in an amount not to exceed $201,000 and 0 cents from District 4 Councilmember Jason Dozier to be used for park lighting and ADA improvements at Windsor Street Park. Be it further resolved that Resolution 24-R-4203 is hereby repealed in its entirety. Be it further resolved that all contracted work will be charged to and paid from the following account: 3163 in parentheses 2022 A1 Go Public. General Obligation Public Improvement Social Bonds Fund 330301 ATLDOT 5222003 Repair and Maintenance 421000 City Council District 4 400113 City Council District 4 Transportation 22539 Council District 4 Transportation dash 2022 A1 General Obligation Public Improvement Bonds Social Bonds. Be it finally resolved that all resolutions or parts of resolutions that are in conflict with the terms of this resolution are hereby waived to the extent of this conflict. Colleagues, this item, we passed a resolution about a month ago in collaboration with the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Department of Transportation to make some improvements to Windsor Street Park in Mechanicsville after about a year of deliberations with those departments and the community. This is something we've been working on for a while. The legislation that we passed and adopted had some flaws, which is why this resolution is being introduced, not only to repeal the previous legislation, but to also, I'm doing this as an immediate consideration so that we can move forward with something we've been deliberating on for a year now, and recognizing this is the last meeting of the year, of the calendar year. Want to try to get this done so we can move forward with that contract and get that construction moving as quickly as possible. So with that, I'd like to move approval.
There's a motion by Councilmember Dozier to adopt ELMS ID 37011, seconded by Councilmember Juan. Is there any discussion on the motion to adopt this item? Hearing none, we'll move to vote. Madam Clerk, please open the vote on the motion to adopt ELMS 37011.
The vote is open. The vote is closed. 12 yeas, 0 nays.
12 yeas, 0 nays. The motion to adopt carries.
Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you. Next, I believe that's it for immediate consideration, so we will move to items for referral. First up, Councilmember Amos.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have AMS 37028, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Chapter 150, Traffic and Vehicles, Article 4, Stopping, Standing, and Parking, Division 4, Residential Parking Permit to create a new residential parking permit program to entitle Vine City Residential Parking Permit Area to waive certain requirements in City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance Section 150-148 and 151-159, and for other purposes.
Items ID 37028 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have AMS 37001, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Section 16-25.004 of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinance to require Neighborhood Planning Unit review and comments on all special administrative permit applications and for other purposes.
Items ID 37001 will be referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees.
Thank you. AMS ID 37022, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to amend Part 3 Land Development Code, Part 20 Short-Term Rental, and to add a short-term rental license requirement for multifamily complexes, to revise the application requirements for a short-term rental license, to create location limitations on the issuance of short-term rental license, to clarify the requirements of short-term rental licensees and short-term rental agents, to revise the consequences of violating the terms of short-term rental license, to increase the short-term rental application fee, to continue to ensure that short-term rentals are paying applicable state and local taxes, and for other purposes.
Items ID 37022 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
AMS 37020, ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos to waive the provisions of Chapter 10, Article 2, Section 10-209C and D of the Code of Ordinance of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, so as to modify the hours of operation on Monday, January 20th, 2025, for the College Football Playoff National Championship game only for all licensed establishments authorized to sell alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption and for other purposes.
Items ID 37020 will be referred to the PSLA.
AMS 37023, an ordinance by Councilmember Byron D. Amos authorizing the Department of Transportation to establish a intermunicipal bus fee applied to all municipal operated non-MARTA operated bus entering and operating in the City of Atlanta coming from other municipalities to amend article will be listed later of the Atlanta Code of Ordinance to enact such a fee, to provide for exemption and enforcement measures and for other purposes.
Items ID 37023 will be referred to the Transportation Committee.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. First paper is ALMS ID number 37021, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance to amend section 16-26003 entitled Conditions of Granting a Variance, and to create a new section 16-26008 entitled Administrative Zoning Setback Variance for the preservation of trees and for other purposes.
Items ID 37021 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees.
Next is ALMS ID number 37024, an ordinance by Councilmember Michael Julian Bond to amend the Atlanta Code Part 2 General Ordinances, Chapter 158, Vegetation, Article 2, Tree Protection, to adopt a new tree protection ordinance for the City of Atlanta and for other purposes.
Items ID 37024 will be referred to the CDHS Committee.
It is quite the encyclopedia.
Oh, my.
Thank you.
Thank you. Glad you didn't have to read that one. Councilmember Boone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Elms ID number 37017, an ordinance by Councilmember Andrea Boone authorizing the City of Atlanta to donate a total amount not to exceed $300,000.00 to the Atlanta Volunteer Lawyers Foundation pursuant to Section 6-306 of the City of Atlanta's Charter to support the provision of legal advice and assistance at the city's Housing Help Center, authorizing the mayor or his designee to enter into any necessary agreements to effectuate the donation, and authorize the chief financial officer or his designee to make all payments from the accounts listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37017 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hillis.
One item, Elms ID 37014, an ordinance by Councilmember Dustin Hillis authorizing the City of Atlanta to execute a quitclaim deed conveying the city's interest in property known as the former A.D. Williams Elementary School located at 0 James Jackson Parkway Northwest on a portion of land lot 259 of the 17th District of Fulton County, Georgia, tax parcel ID number listed to the Atlanta Independent School System, less and accept a portion comprising of 0.20 acres to be conveyed to the Housing Authority of the City of Atlanta, Georgia, to support the redevelopment of Bowen Homes, authorizing the mayor, his designee, on behalf of the city to execute such quitclaim deeds, and all other necessary documents to effectuate the intent of this ordinance to waive certain provisions of the Procurement and Real Estate Code, City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, Article 10, and for other purposes.
Elms ID 37014 will be referred to the CDHS committee.
That's my items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lewis. Okay.
Council President, thank you. Elms ID 37033, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to authorize, co-sponsored by Councilmember Amir Faroki and Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, a resolution by Councilmember Antonio Lewis to authorize the mayor or of the City of Atlanta to allocate funds for a one-year universal basic income pilot program and study, and to request that the chief financial officer to review available funds that may be lost to the city without further action and for the purposes.
Elms ID 37033 will be referred to the FEC.
Thank you, President.
Thank you. Councilmember Overstreet.
Okay, Elms ID number 36972, an ordinance by Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the city to execute all documents necessary for the additional acquisition of certain properties interests necessary for the Campbellton Road Sidewalk Project, authorizing negotiations with property owners for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing title searches, appraisals, surveys, and any other items necessary for the acquisition of such property interests, authorizing the mayor and the city attorney in the event negotiations are unsuccessful in instituting condemnation proceedings pursuant to the declaration of taking method OCGA 32-3-1 ET Sec, waiving certain provisions of Article 10, Real Estate and Procurement Code of the City of Atlanta Code of Ordinances, all contracted work and payments for property interests to be paid from account numbers listed herein and for other purposes.
Elms ID 36972 will be referred to the Transportation Committee. Councilmember Shook.
Thank you. Elms 36970 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to execute the first renewal option for the RFP indicated diversity tracking software services with Ask Reply Inc., doing business as B2G Now, on behalf of contract compliance in an amount not to exceed $89,950, effective from December 25th of this year through December 24th of next. All contracted work being charged to and paid from, et cetera.
Elms ID 36970 will be referred to the FEC.
ELMS 37005 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the emergency procurement agreement listed for small meter installation with KM Davis Contracting, Inc. on behalf of Watershed Management to extend the term of the agreement for a period of 1 year from January 15th of 2025 through January 14th of 26 in an amount not to exceed $1.5 million. All contracted work to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
ELMS ID 37005 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS 37007 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the mayor to execute the First Amendment to the emergency procurement agreement, which is listed for small meter installation with Titan Unlimited LLC on behalf of Watershed to extend the term of the agreement for a period of 1 year from January 15th of 2025 through January 14th of 2026 in an amount not to exceed $300,000. All work to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
ELMS ID 37007 will be referred to the City Utilities Committee.
ELMS 37025 is an ordinance by Shook and Hillis to amend the 1982 Atlanta zoning ordinance as amended by amending the definition of a party house and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37025 will be jointly referred to the Zoning and ZRB Committees.
ELMS 37026 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the CFO to refund customers for overpayments to water and sewer accounts in the amount of blank. All funds to be charged to and paid from, et cetera.
ELMS ID 37026 will be referred to the FEC.
ELMS 37027 is a resolution by Shook authorizing the Commissioner of Watershed to adjust water and sewer charges on certain customer accounts in accordance with the Atlanta City Code section listed in the amount of blank dollars and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37027 will be referred to the FEC.
ELMS 37034 is an ordinance by Shook waiving the transitional height plane and transitional yard requirements of the SBI zoning district, Buckhead Village Special Public Interest District, for property located at 505 Farr Road, fronting where indicated at a point of the intersection with the western right-of-way for Harbin Court with the south right-of-way of Farr Road, to waive the variance requirements for reduction in the SBI 9 transitional height plane and transitional yard and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37034 will be referred jointly to Zoning and ZRB Committees.
And lastly, ELMS 37035 is an ordinance by Shook authorizing transfer of funds from various Atlanta City Council carry-forward account to the appropriate account to replenish funds for the FY25 true-up allocations and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37035 will be referred to the FEC.
That is all.
Councilmember Westmoreland.
ELMS 37030, ordinance by Westmoreland authorizing donation amount not to exceed $2,800 on the Post 2 large carry forward account to the Grant Park Conservancy to support the restoration and maintenance of historic Grant Park pursuant to Section 6306 of the City of Atlanta Charter and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 37030 will be referred to the FEC. Councilmember Winston.
Thank you. ELMS ID 36969, an ordinance by Winston authorizing the mayor or his designee on behalf of the Department of Grants and Community Development to enter into the First Amendment to the On-Call Entitlements Program Specialist for Federal Entitlement Grants Agreement with Housing Community Development Associates, LLC, to add funding awarded from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Community Development Block Grant Program in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00, and from the Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS Program in an amount not to exceed $100,000.00 for the purpose of providing services for federal grant management and comprehensive staff training, and all contracted work shall be charged to and paid from account numbers determined by the Chief Financial Officer and for other purposes.
ELMS ID 36969 will be referred to the CDHS Committee. I believe that is all the papers for referral today. So this is the last committee meeting of the year, which means we will have committee meetings, full council meeting of the year. Sorry, this is the last full council meeting of the year. We'll have committee meetings next week. Then we'll have a 2-week recess and be back in January. And because it is the last meeting of the year, it is time for me to announce the committee assignments for 2025. I appreciate everybody who has been serving and for all of the work. Let me start with the committee chairs. They largely stay the same. Councilmember Amos in Transportation, Councilmember Shook in Finance, Councilmember Lewis and Utilities, Councilmember Boone, Public Safety, Councilmember Westmoreland Zoning, Councilmember Winston, CDHS. We'll have one new chair, which is Committee on Council, and that will be whoever is elected for the post 3 at large, which will take place tomorrow. As a reminder, everybody, please go out and vote tomorrow. It is the last day of the election for the runoff for post 3. 3 committees stay exactly the same as they have been. That's Transportation, FEC, and CDHS. There are no membership changes on those committees. There are very small membership changes on the other 4. I will read them briefly. Zoning Committee will be Chair Westmoreland with Council Members Dozier, Faroki, Hillis, Norwood, Overstreet, and Shook. Public Safety will be Chair Boone with Council Members Amos, Bond, Hillis, Lewis, Norwood, and the new post 3 member. City Utilities, Chair Lewis with Council Members Bond, Boone, Shook, Juan, Westmoreland, and the new council member who is elected. And finally, Committee on Council will be the council member who is elected as chair with Amos, Bakhtiari, Boone, Faroki, Shook, and Winston. They are largely unchanged. This year's committees have been very well functioning, and I appreciate their service. And I look forward to 2025 being another good year. So with that, any other announcements? Councilmember Boone.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. We have 2 December birthdays from Councilmember Winston and Councilmember Faroki. We want to wish them a happy birthday. We will see them next week, but we wanted to wish them a happy birthday and let them know how much we appreciate their service. Councilmember Jason Winston and Amir Faroki, happy birthday. Thank you.
Councilmember Bond.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adding to the December birthdays, I want to wish my daughter Lauren and my son Skylar a happy birthday. They will have their birthdays during this month before we meet again, and they are ardent followers of the Atlanta City Council, so I hope that they can hear me. And just want to announce that the last 3 HelloFresh affiliated food distributions will be this month, this Wednesday on the 11th, and of course culminating on the 18th in partnership with Hosea Helps. And so if you need it, please come by. It's been a pleasure to serve with the over 5,000 people over the last 4 years who have volunteered to help to distribute this food literally all over this city. We've touched every corner of Atlanta, every district in Atlanta, and as we heard earlier this evening, very, very pleased about the output, but we are going to continue to do this important work with our partners at Second Helpings and others, because the need is still there. The lines are still just as long as ever, which surprises me. And so with that, just want to wish everyone within the sound of my voice, I hope they have a happy and healthy holiday season.
Thank you. Councilmember Amos.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Keeping in tune with the birthday themes, I'd like to wish my granddaughter, who says she's getting old at the tender age of 8, happy birthday, December the 20th. So get that out of the way. And I also want to acknowledge the Atlanta Police Leadership Institute, in which I and you, Mr. President, had a chance to actually go and speak with. They actually train and expose our upcoming leadership in the Atlanta Police Department to different situations. And last but not least, last year we started something that simply was amazing in District 3, in which we are continuing, and that is the 12 Days of Christmas. This year is the resource edition. So just want to remind everyone to check my social media pages, in which we are giving the clues to the locations in District 3 that identify with the resources, and we will have a big District 3 Christmas party December the 16th. So stay tuned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other announcements? With that, I would ask the clerk to call the closing roll.
Council President Doug Shipman. Councilmember Michael Julian Bond, Post 1 at large. Councilmember Matt Westmoreland, Post 2 at large. Councilmember Jason H. Winston, District 1. Councilmember Amir Faroki, District 2. Councilmember Byron D. Amos, District 3. Councilmember Jason Dozier, District 4. Councilmember Alex Juan, District 6. Councilmember Howard Shook, District 7. Councilmember Dustin Hillis, District 9. Councilmember Andrea O'Boone, District 10. Councilmember Marcy Collier Overstreet, District 11. Councilmember Antonia Lewis, District 12.
Without objection, we will stand adjourned.